Tristar owns and operates one of the largest fuel storage facilities in the Pacific, with a 4.2 million barrel fuel farm in Guam. We also own and operate facilities in Haiti, USA, Africa, and the UAE. We own and operate more than 2,000 trucks to complement our first mile and last mile delivery capability. We are proud to have clocked more than 300 million kilometers without a single fatality. Our commercial fuels business was established for the storage, supply, and distribution of fuels to international airlines and commercial customers. Tristar's remote fuels operations offer critical logistics for ground and aviation fuels to remote locations. Our highly competent workforce ensure an uninterrupted supply of fuel to peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. Our warehousing facilities are designed, built and operated to the highest international health and safety standards, and operations are carried out using state-of-the-art technology. At Tristar, we implement stringent safety guidelines and best practices to the highest international standards. We have a zero-tolerance policy on safety breaches and a strong commitment to excel in driving safety in operations at all levels. Tristar is built on the foundation of being a business for purpose and continually contributes towards initiatives aimed at environmental protection and betterment of communities where we operate by providing access to education, clean water, and health services. We are a strong advocate and support the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals through the implementation of various sustainable initiatives. We have signed the UN's Women's Empowerment Principles in 2019 and are also a member of the UN Global Compact since 2011. Tristar is and will always be a people-first company and is committed to the safety, betterment, and a brighter future for all. Tristar, a responsible and safety company in the logistics business. No single company or entity is capable of developing the breakthroughs needed to meet the world's energy and environmental challenges. That's why Tristar casts a wide net in the search for new energy transport technologies, collaborating with other organizations and innovators around the world.
Trade, good transport networks, and smooth supply chains are vital to keep the world moving and for our communities and economies to prosper. Tristar is already a pioneer of using the tier system in the region. We look forward to continue working with Tristar to bring safer, greener, and much more efficient logistics to everyone across the Middle East and beyond.
Tristar sees alternate fuels and revolutionary new technology as the way forward for the logistics industry's future for a zero-carbon and pollution-free environment.
Hello, I'm Verma, President of Atlas LTA Advanced Technology. This is a short introduction to our Atlant hybrid cargo airship. We at Atlas are pleased to work with Tristar Transport to explore how delivery of cargo and fuel to remote and challenging places can be transformed by using this new technology.
Atlant is new and different. Atlant can operate in almost all conditions, from -50 degrees to +50 degrees Celsius, and in winds up to 70 knots, and in rain, snow, or any other weather. The main purpose behind the Atlant design is to deliver cargo to difficult-to-reach areas. An example of that is the delivery of fuel into remote parts of Africa. The Atlant has onboard winches and cranes and can be loaded either using them or a ramp. The Atlant is VTOL capable. For this type of VTOL operation, 3 to 4 times more power is needed for a short period of time. Besides the main power sources, which are diesel generator sets and fuel cells, for VTOL operations we use high-capacity battery packs designed for very rapid discharge. As you can see during the vertical phase of flight, power is being put into the power distribution system from the hydrogen fuel cells, from the batteries, and from the diesel generator sets, all at the same time. However, when we transition to horizontal flight, the diesel generator sets and the hydrogen fuel cells put power into the power distribution system, and it's used by the main drive propulsors, but it also is used to charge the batteries. To ensure that the airship remains in balance during horizontal flight, we use both hydrogen to power the hydrogen fuel cells and diesel or jet fuel to power diesel generator sets. We call it the Dual Fuel Ballasting System, the DFBS. By using this combination of fuels, we keep the airship in balance because as we use hydrogen in the hydrogen fuel cells, the amount of lift reduces, concurrently with the weight of the aircraft reducing as we burn jet fuel or diesel. The footprint for each ton-kilometer is reduced by up to 70% compared to traditional cargo aeroplanes, and up to 4 times less carbon footprint compared to the most efficient helicopters in service today. These aircraft will truly revolutionize our skies. Thank you.
Welcome to Tristar, a fully integrated energy logistics provider that offers fuel supply chain solutions to the downstream petroleum industry. Tristar was established in 1998 in the UAE and has since grown to be a partner of choice for a host of national and international oil companies and NGOs for humanitarian and peacekeeping missions, with operations in 21 countries across the GCC, Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and the Americas. Our load port to discharge port model provides our customers a one-stop fuel logistics solution. This is done through our integrated capabilities in fuel storage, ocean, coastal and river transport, and first-mile and last-mile delivery capability, with our fleet of all-terrain trucking assets. With a fleet of 35 ocean-going tankers and coastal vessels, Tristar is one of the leading privately owned maritime fleet operator in the Middle East. Tristar owns and operates one of the largest fuel storage facilities in the Pacific, with a 4.2 million barrel fuel farm in Guam. We also own and operate facilities in Haiti, USA, Africa, and the UAE. We own and operate more than 2,000 trucks to complement our first-mile and last-mile delivery capability. We are proud to have clocked more than 300 million kilometers without a single fatality. Our commercial fuels business was established for the storage, supply, and distribution of fuels to international airlines and commercial customers. Tristar's remote fuels operations offer critical logistics for ground and aviation fuels to remote locations. Our highly competent workforce ensure an uninterrupted supply of fuel to peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. Our warehousing facilities are designed, built and operated to the highest international health and safety standards, and operations are carried out using state-of-the-art technology. At Tristar, we implement stringent safety guidelines and best practices to the highest international standards. We have a zero-tolerance policy on safety breaches and a strong commitment to excel in driving safety in operations at all levels. Tristar is built on the foundation of being a business for purpose and continually contributes towards initiatives aimed at environmental protection and betterment of communities where we operate by providing access to education, clean water, and health services. We are a strong advocate and support the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals through the implementation of various sustainable initiatives. We have signed the UN's Women's Empowerment Principles in 2019 and are also a member of the UN Global Compact since 2011. Tristar is and will always be a people-first company and is committed to the safety, betterment, and a brighter future for all. Tristar, a responsible and safety company in the logistics business. No single company or entity is capable of developing the breakthroughs needed to meet the world's energy and environmental challenges. That's why Tristar casts a wide net in the search for new energy transport technologies, collaborating with other organizations and innovators around the world.
Trade, good transport networks, and smooth supply chains are vital to keep the world moving and for our communities and economies to prosper. Tristar is already a pioneer of using the tier system in the region. We look forward to continue working with Tristar to bring safer, greener, and much more efficient logistics to everyone across the Middle East and beyond.
Tristar sees alternate fuels and revolutionary new technology as the way forward for the logistics industry.
Salam alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tristar's third annual Safety at Sea conference. My name is Nikhil Idnani, and I'm the Honorary Secretary of the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology. The Safety at Sea initiative is part of Tristar's ESG, environmental, social, governance principles, and focuses on the crew's mental health issues and potential improvements in the general well-being of seafarers. Now, this is the third Safety at Sea seminar from Tristar, and we're going to have Dr. Dipti Mankar tell us about what are the changes that Tristar has implemented over the last two conferences, and including this one. So, Dr. Dipti Mankar, can you guide us, please?
Yes, thank you so much. Welcome all of you for the conference. I'm delighted to be part of the Tristar conference for the third time. So there were a lot of initiatives which were taken up right after the first conference in 2019. Sailor Society Helpline was initiated by Tristar. That is the Crisis Response Network, which is a 24/7 helpline number for all the seafarers who are sailing with Tristar. They can utilize this service on board, and especially during the pandemic, it came as a ray of hope. Regular monthly calls from owner's office to the vessels to take update on the crew on board the Tristar fleet was done. And let me tell you, these calls were not for any technical issues. It was primarily done to check the well-being of each and every seafarer on the ship. Regular psychological first aid workshops started right from 2019 for all the seafarers who are sailing on board. The objective of doing this workshop was to prepare seafarers to handle any kind of psychological distress on board. And like we all know, that on ship, as we don't have doctors, we do not have psychiatrists, counselors, or psychologists. So it became imperative to empower the seafarers to handle crisis on board, especially when someone was going through a psychological breakdown. This initiative started off in 2019, and it is still going on successfully. There have been 19 batches which have been completed for psychological first aid. Additional crew sent on vessels as per the requirement and request from managers. And this, as you know, in the past 1.5 years, it has been very challenging. There are people who were stuck on board because of the repatriation issue, because of the pandemic, but to provide support to seafarers has always been the goal of Tristar. And they made sure that the vessels which asked for help, they got the help they wanted by sending additional crew on board to try and reduce the workload from the seafarers. During the height of the pandemic, owners contacted all vessels for feedback from crew and worked with managers to relieve crew in an efficient manner. This has been a mammoth task for all the people working in the marine sector. But like I said, the onus and the responsibility of the well-being lies in the hands of the people who are working for that company. So on human grounds, a lot of effort was put in by the shore staff to make sure that the relievers happened for the people who were there on board with extended contracts. We also initiated a process to allow crew to give feedback to owners on contract completion. And all feedbacks were taken and they were applied in making sure that every seafarer on board was getting what they needed. So these were the initiatives which started taking place right after the 2019 conference. And just to reiterate that we are overwhelmed by the response received for the third conference as well, which shows that whatever we say, that is what is done. In fact, this conference also is looking forward for more such resolutions through the panel discussions to try and see what else can be done for the well-being of seafarers. Because as we all know, that when the seafarers is well on board, when they're fine mentally and physically, that ship is supposed to be the safest ship on the world. So I welcome you all once again for the third conference, and I hope you have a lot of takeaways from this one as well. Over to you, Nikhil.
Thank you, Dipti. Thank you very much. It's a safety conference, and it's only befitting we have a safety briefing. And for that, I'll call upon Captain Desmond D'Souza. Captain, can you tell us what safety precautions we should be taking? And while Desmond makes his way up to the stage, I must inform you and let you know that Captain Desmond D'Souza got the Best Master 2021 from Fleet Ship Management. So a round of applause for Captain.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Safety at Sea by Tristar. Like you know, I was Captain Desmond D'Souza, sailing master for Tristar. To brief you about the safety, there will be no fire drills conducted during the conference. Hence, there will be no alarms. In case there is alarm sounded, please do not use the elevator. Use the 2 fire exits on either side of the room. The one on my right, once you exit from here, the staircase is right opposite the door. The one on the left is diagonally opposite the door. Once you go out of the building, please exit and stand out of the premises outside the venue. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Desmond. Well, for those of you who've arrived late, my name is Nikhil Idnani, and I will be the chief of the ceremony. We'd like to know more about Tristar and more about the Safety at Sea initiative. And there's no better person to inform us about it than the Group CEO and founder of Tristar, Mr. Eugene Main. Mr. Main.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I think, thank you very much for making it this afternoon here. Your presence itself tells us that this is an important subject for you and that you too will join us in making whatever small effort we can to be able to improve the lives of a marginalized section of the shipping industry, which is basically and essentially the crew. Quite often, the crew are victims of circumstances. They get stuck on board a vessel for no fault of theirs. Could be a fight between the owners and the charterers, or a fight between 2 partners, or just because an arrest warrant is issued. We've seen several times here in Fujairah, we've seen in the papers that crew being stuck on board for several months and without food, without anybody to assist them, except of course, the embassies of concerned countries to resolve their issues. So it's really a very challenging time at life as a crew member. And I think it's more one of these initiatives for us. And this is also stems from a personal experience we had 4 years ago, when in a space of 2 months, we lost 2 crew members due to suicides. In one case, the guy was just due to sign off the following week. The vessel had actually come to port. He got some message on his, that's what his colleague said, he got a message on his handphone, and then they didn't see him after that. So that time and that experience, because I think one thing is very important, suicides at sea and deaths due to suicide have been traditionally kept under the carpet. People want to keep it quiet. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to say anything about it because it's stigma for the company, the owners. But I think there's another way of looking at it. If we don't share, we don't learn. And the whole idea is to be able to, however sad it is, it's definitely a very sad event. And we do understand the circumstances of how the owners or other stakeholders feel. But I think by sharing, we learn. We're able to learn, we're able to understand, and maybe we can do something about it. And that's how we started with this Maritime Safety Conference. That was our commitment then, that we should not let these two deaths go in vain. We should create some momentum. And so that more and more people will get engaged, more and more people will raise their voices, and eventually will be able to make a difference. Suicides at sea, I believe from the statistics that I see, are triple that of shore workers. And from 4% in 2014 today, we've gone up to 15%. And this doesn't take into account, this is pre-COVID times, and about the stress and the issues of the mental anguish that all these seafarers go through. It is just, you would expect a natural consequence when somebody goes the extreme step of wanting to take his life. It might not necessarily be a personal issue, because life on board a ship can be tough, can be lonely, and could be challenging. And sometimes they also get bullied by their colleagues. So there are a lot of issues that eventually may push somebody over the top. And therefore, it's very important that we are able to send a right message to them. I hope and I believe today we have a considerable amount of seafarers, because this conference is essentially aimed at them. They're our targeted audience. We want them to know that we are with you. We are trying to lobby. We understand things are not moving as fast as we like because of the various challenges, especially disembarkation, embarkation at various ports, and the challenges. The target is the crewman, because he is the one who's ultimately suffering, nobody else. So we want them to know that we are lobbying. And I think that all of us know the Neptune Declaration that was signed sometime last year is a step because of the industry coming together. And more that we can come up with these kind of initiatives, I believe we will see success. It's something, this is important. And it's these kind of forums that we need to keep doing so that it does not become a lost cause. And the minute it becomes a lost cause, then we are going back to square one. On the other issues, and especially as part of this Neptune Declaration, is the never-ending time that they are spending on board because of COVID-19. 11 months contracts can easily go to 22 months contract. And the guys are trapped. Can you imagine? They're trapped on their own vessels. They can't do anything about it. So my request to everybody who's listening in on this conference is, let's make that difference. Let's work together. This is not about one company against another company. This is everybody coming together so that eventually we can make the difference. We can take away the suffering from most of these guys. At the end of the day, they're possibly their only family member, earning family members supporting their families. It's a very noble profession to be in shipping. A lot of youngsters like to go out to enjoy ocean going, assignments. But then once they come on board and they get stuck like this, I think the pressure is on. The number of seamen whose contracts have crossed 11 months is today at about 10% of the total seamen employed. So if this trend continues, they're going to be discouraged from taking up seafaring as a profession. And think about it, 80% of global trade is the seagoing trade. So we are dependent on this industry for moving the supply chain, and this too on a global basis. So there is also a vested interest for us and for the industry to make sure that we are able to continue to keep the supply chains going. Again, if you look at it from an economic perspective, because of the ships waiting Los Angeles, California, and other ports where there is chock-a-block, ships can't offload. Look at the rates have gone through the roof. So this again is causing an issue. Somebody in the end of the day has to pay for it, whether it's an end shipper or somebody, but somebody is paying for it. But the seafarer is not benefiting by it. It's somebody else who's benefiting. They're going through the hardship, but somebody else is making the money. Is this fair? I don't think so. And that's one of the other issues that's facing the world today, the global inequality, the haves and the have-nots. So these are some of the issues. And for us, it's about taking that leadership position, to enable everybody to come together. Let's work together. Let's host these kind of forums. Let's try to spread the message. Let's lobby the governments, because I think they have a very important part to play. The governments to make the legislation, to make the rules. Today, if you have to go into an airport, you do one COVID test and next day again another COVID test. I was just in the UK 2 days ago. In the space of 2 days, I had to do 2 COVID tests, one to go and one to come back. But look at how it's on board a ship. What does a seafarer have to do with who comes on board a ship in the port? Yet if the case of somebody testing positive, everybody suffers. The owners suffer, the charterers, may or may not support. Nobody to point the finger who brought that virus on board the ship. And then the ship is not allowed to sail out. Seafarers have problem because they're the first, fingers are pointed at them first, even though they've been on the ship for a couple of months without having any case of being positive. So it's really something that needs attention. We need to draw a lot of attention. And this is an encouragement for us to be able to continue this initiative on an annual basis. And I think in closing, I would just like to also just refer to the pandemic that has, and the impact of the pandemic, especially on seafarers. It has actually exacerbated the challenges of the seafarers. And one of the reasons that we want to address in today's forum is to draw attention and to brainstorm. We'll have some panel discussions so that we can brainstorm this subject and see how we can learn, we can get ideas, and we can use the information. I think the whole idea about this is using the information that we can collectively get today to be able to do something constructive. I think for me, that's what we want. We have to see constructive and measurable progress for going forward. I think we all know that more than 800 organizations have signed up for the Neptune Declaration that was launched in January 2021. And that was spelling out key initiatives to be taken by governments, companies, owners, and all stakeholders to alleviate the challenges of seafarers going forward. Many crew, as I've said before, are currently working beyond their 11-month contracts, and we need to be able to support us to bring that time frame down. The other point I would like to touch upon is that in the current global pandemic, strict and uneven rules govern the world's ports, which means vessels have to cross oceans in search of a port to offload a positive tested or a sick crew member. I was reading an article where in one instance, a ship carried the dead body of the captain for 6 months in the walk-in refrigerator because they toured over 13 ports and were not given the permission to berth. And it was really compelling. And that actually was his last voyage. And he was a captain who has been sailing for 40 years. So now think about it. Is this what you get after 40 years of serving the industry and doing your best, and then you get such a unfortunate farewell. And actually that was his last voyage before retirement. He was due to retire. So I think the message is very clear. We're talking about more than 1 million seafarers and their livelihoods at stake. And therefore we must continue to lobby with governments, stakeholders, for a broader recognition of seafarers as key workers, to enable them to overcome issues of travel bans, embarkation and disembarkation restrictions, all of which have severely strained working conditions. I have every confidence that global decision makers or influencers listening in on this conference today will recognize the crucial role of seafarers and drive a sense of urgency among policymakers to ease the hardships by all our seagoing colleagues in the industry. Thank you very much for listening, and we're very happy to have you today, and we hope you will stay with us throughout the evening. Thank you very much.
Only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. And being an ex-seafarer, I fully empathize with what you said, Mr. Main. It is indeed a hard life, no exaggerations about it. Everybody has a different story to tell, but being out at sea, socially isolated, takes its toll in the long run. And now with COVID, as you rightly said, it makes matters worse. So really, thanks for taking the leadership position, as you termed it, Tristar. I don't think we have anything else like this in the Middle East, for taking the leadership position and bringing to light the hardships of the seafarers. So really, I think all of us here in the room, we have 100 of you here in the room and another 2,100 who online registrations. Let's please join me in giving a round of applause to Tristar to highlight all these issues. And to move forward, we have a message from Graham Henderson. Graham is the chair for Together in Safety. And some of you might recognize Graham as being the head of global shipping for Shell. So let's have a listen to what Graham has to tell us. Ali?
For me, and for you, and for your business, and that is safety. I will start by explaining why safety is so important and why it must be at the center of everything that we all do. In my mind, there are three reasons. They are firstly, the statistical reason, secondly, the business reason, and thirdly, well, what I'll call the real reason. Starting with the statistical reason. If we look broadly at global shipping, it has one of the worst safety performances of any industry worldwide. A UK study showed that being on a ship, you're 5 times more likely to have a fatal accident than working in construction. Shipping also has a suicide rate that is 6 times worse than that of the UK population, and maybe even up to 15 times worse if you also include suspicious cases. But these are not just numbers. They refer to people, our people, and all of us in the shipping industry need to be part of the solution. The second reason as to why safety is so important to us all is the business reason. If you have an accident, it will cost you dearly in terms of both the direct and indirect costs. Even if you're insured, you will not get all your money back by a wide margin. There are also the things you cannot be repaid for, like the cost of delays whilst investigations are happening, loss of revenue, compensation costs, your and your people's time, the cost of the reputation of your company, your personal reputation. But just think that if you have a great safety performance and show that you care for your people, they will be motivated to do a great job for you. They'll speak highly of your company. They'll speak highly of you. So we have the statistical reason and the business reason. Very compelling. But what is the real reason? I've worked for Shell in frontline operational roles in the UK, Nigeria, Syria, and twice in Brunei. It is those experiences that have brought home to me just how precious life is. I experienced many, many happy times, but also, I'm sad to say, some terrible accidents in the industry that have left families heartbroken. You may have seen the same. I know that many of you also read each day in the shipping news about horrific accidents. Those experiences and stories stay with us all. Our seafarers are also people. People like you and people like me, with families and children too. These seafarers work for us. They entrust their safety in us, and we need to look after them as if they were our family and our children. I know that every leader in shipping will want to improve the safety performance, but how do we do it? Shipping has many important industry groups, many ship owners and managers, and many related supporting businesses. But what became clear when speaking to those groups about safety is that something else needed to be done. Something that would bring all the various groups together. Something that would unite the shipping industry around safety and draw on the collective experience. So about 2 years ago, we formed a group called Together in Safety. Together in Safety is unique and comprises all of the shipping industry groups, including the International Chamber of Shipping, BIMCO, OCIMF, Intertanko, Intercargo, Interferry, Cruise Liners International, and the World Shipping Council. It also includes many shipping companies such as Carnival, Gaslog, Euronav, Maersk, MSC, Shell, V-Ships, and also the UK P&I Club, Lloyd's Register, the Global Maritime Forum, and country representation through the Danish Maritime Council and Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Links have been established with the International Air Transport Association, IATA, and the Rail Standards and Safety Board, the RSSB, so that we can learn from air and rail industries. Together in Safety has developed a strategy centered around the core themes of leadership, accountability, training, and well-being and care. You can find out more on our website, togetherinsafety.info. Already on that website are many best practice guides that have been developed based on years of collective experience. Work is in progress to develop a data collection program to understand more deeply the underlying issues and develop corrective actions, which has been a key enabler to the improvements in safety in air and rail. We have a working group who are developing the safety aspects around the future fuels, such as hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol. And another area is in integrating the current initiatives around seafarer well-being and mental health and suicide to develop a single shipping approach. And we have much, much more planned and in progress. I am proud of the achievements of Together in Safety, and I'm excited about the continuing work that we will do in the future on the critical, important subject of safety. I believe that when we work together in the shipping industry, we can make huge strides. So I'm looking forward to working with you on this. I would encourage you and your organizations to come with us on this very, very special journey. Come and find out more about Together in Safety, how we can all work together and what we can give back to make shipping safer, to ensure that safety is number one on everyone's agenda and always comes first.
Fantastic. That was very inspiring to hear about the 3 reasons to be safe. Statistically, a business reason, and a real reason. And for the real reason to materialize, it's all about collaboration. And speaking of the real reasons for safety, we have joining us Cerian Mellor. Cerian is the Seafarer Wellbeing Program Coordinator for Shell. I think I forgot to mention, Graham was the global shipping head for Shell. And Cerian is at Shell. She's joining us online from the UK. So Cerian, all yours.
Thank you, Nikhil, and thank you to all the leaders who've really set the tone for today's conference. What I heard was them underlining the critical importance of well-being to the safety of our people and our vessels, and the need for us to work collaboratively as a global shipping industry to deliver lasting change. I'm also delighted that so many people have taken the time to join us today, both in person and online from homes and vessels. We all have an important part to play, and we are all leaders in this. We have a collective responsibility to deliver a culture of care where people can thrive at work and return home safely to their loved ones. So it's your leadership that will create the foundation for everything we're going to discuss today. As for those of you I've not met previously, my name is Cerian Mellor. I'm the Seafarer Wellbeing Program Coordinator at Shell, and I've spent 20 years working in the shipping and maritime businesses of Shell and the former BG Group. I've worked in human resourcing, knowledge management, and competency development, but since 2019, I've been part of a team in Shell translating research into tangible programs aimed at reducing stigma, supporting seafarer mental well-being. I believe perhaps some of you have met me at this year's CEO conference, Maritime Partners and Safety CEO conference. So great to see you again, and delighted maybe later to expand on some of those conversations. I must, however, do a very quick eyesight test. For those of you with great speed reading ability, you will see this essentially says not to trade or make any investment on anything you may hear today. So back to the agenda. As a former crew manager, seafarer well-being, and in particular mental health, is an incredibly important topic for me. This didn't begin with the pandemic, and most certainly we shouldn't lose focus as the industry begins to adapt to new requirements. I'll therefore take some time today to underline the importance of developing resilience to protect and promote well-being, particularly through times of uncertainty. I'll outline some key factors that influence well-being, and finally, I'll highlight to you where you can go to find some resources and handrails that can help you as an organisation or as an individual to support yourselves as you develop your capabilities. Some of you may be reflecting that none of this is new, and I make no apologies for that. Much of what we'll discuss today may in fact appear obvious, and we should be proud of the fact of some of the things that we're already doing. There is, however, much to do to make definitive cultural and behavioural change both at sea and ashore. Our messaging as we move beyond the pandemic must be as strategic and consistent as it is loud. Now is not the time to sit back and relax. We really have to capitalise on the momentum that's being created by the pandemic and keep focus. Our people deserve that. I hope this short presentation will then lead us on to an interesting panel discussion, and we can explore some of the opportunities, the challenges, and the priorities, as well as your questions. So why is it that I begin today's conversation focusing back on a subject we maybe discussed before, resilience. To recap, resilience is really otherwise known as the capability to bounce back. And it's possible to develop resilience techniques by training our brains to see how stressful or problematic situations make us feel. Once aware, we're then able to respond as positively as possible when bad things happen. If we take the ongoing global situation as an example, seafarers are experiencing emotional and psychological distress when they feel unsure or things are unpredictable. Certainty is, after all, a key foundation of the triangle of human needs. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that feelings of loss of control brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic has really added a new layer of uncertainty, particularly where there's worries about home or job security. Effective communication from management can really help allay fears of abandonment, but change during the pandemic hasn't helped those ashore either. It's often been fast-paced and the information is regularly confused. As Mr. Main alluded to earlier, global requirements for crew reliefs, testing and vaccination remain complex. And I'm sure there'll be questions to our panel in the next session asking what can be done. But critical solutions that will assure seafarers as key workers and afford them the right to travel globally to and from their homes without undue restrictions are to an extent outside the control of most of us on the line here today. And in reality, moving forward, there will always be situations where certainty can't be maintained and we will need to be resilient. The techniques contained within the discussion modules you see here are a fundamental part of the care for people element of Shell's Maritime Partners and Safety Programme. I do hope many of you recognise them. Although the conversations are now very different to when they were first launched, practicing elements such as maintaining a hopeful outlook, dealing with a crisis, or sharing tips on how to keep things in perspective can really reframe thoughts and manage feelings that have been created by uncertain situations. Just as you would practice your emergency response capability through drills and exercises, these conversations and activities can help crews or indeed colleagues ashore practice the techniques in a safe space where you can learn from others. To be clear, during our discussions today, we mustn't lose sight of how the current situation continues to impact our seafarers, or the intense pressure that is still needed at an industry level to resolve the practical issues. I'm also not saying that by learning resilient techniques, you can cope with anything and everything. As leaders at sea and ashore, we all have a responsibility to support our people by creating the right culture and the environment for them to thrive. Crucially, to enable anyone to be resilient and expect them to perform at their optimum, we need to take a step back and consider our overall approach to physical and mental well-being. Pre-pandemic, we'd already recognized that mental health and well-being is a fundamental part of seafarers feeling safe and thriving at work. It's a key factor, of course, in ensuring everyone returns home safely to their loved ones. A Yale University report identified that a quarter of seafarers surveyed were suffering from depression. As the pandemic then took hold, statistics from the maritime charities and helplines demonstrated that there was a huge increase in seafarers reaching out for help. As an industry, we're in many ways challenged by a lack of consistent data on the scope and scale of the challenges we're facing. But nonetheless, as Mr. Main referred to, many of us have experiences either through work or of friends and colleagues who may be struggling. We maybe know somebody who's suffering from ill health, in crisis, or tragically, as referred to in the opening address, have experience of someone taking their own lives. So where do we start? The pandemic has precipitated thought leadership in this area, but of course, behavioral change isn't easy. Humans are complex, and there's much to do, of course, to crystallize clear actions that will help move the whole industry forward. Research undertaken by the International Institute of Employment Studies and Shell, published in April 2020, identified some key factors that influence well-being on board, none of which will be of any surprise to most of you, but includes fatigue and work environment, the nature of the role, socialization, and of course, leadership. Leaders set the tone. On this slide, you can see 6 strategic themes or focus areas that we distill from this. And with those themes in mind, we then looked inside and outside the industry, for example, to the medical industry, nuclear, space, for really good ideas and good practice that we could use. We worked with health professionals and industry experts to develop the tips, tools, and strategies that individuals and ship managers could use to promote good mental health, protect people from mental illness, and provide that important access to quality support and care. When it came to implementing these programs, however, we quickly recognized that every company, every vessel is different, and the content would need to be used differently in different organizations. After all, every organization has its own culture, nationality profile, just as every individual has their own attributes, motivations, and mental strength. Many organizations have robust policies and programs in place, but often they don't recognize the relevance these have to addressing the factors that influence well-being. So knowledge and awareness of these policies and procedures on board is also often lost after the first crew change. People are busy, information's often overwhelming, and it's not simple to access or simply isn't commonly understood. So we therefore shared some handrails for organizations to undertake a well-being situational analysis. The step-by-step guide that you see here and the accompanying question set aims to help your CEOs and ship managers undertake a gap analysis and set priorities well beyond the immediate concerns of the pandemic. It offers opportunities to establish a basis for continuous improvement, and with some consideration could really encourage that engagement between the shore and frontline for their input on the direction and prioritization of activities. For those of you on the line, you know, after all, that you on board know your situation best. Through this activity, we're also asking organizations to consider how we ensure that messages from leaders about resilience and well-being are being seen and felt across organizations, both ship and shoreside. This includes those who are perhaps in the room today who sit in the middle, our superintendents, for example, who are trying to respond to senior management and commercial need whilst supporting and representing our colleagues on the front line. How well do these people in the middle feel supported? How do they understand the importance of looking after themselves? To use an airline analogy, it is so important to put on your own oxygen mask first before helping others, and seafarers need your help. So once your current situation has been identified, it then becomes easier to set a plan for well-being, one that fits your organization best. To help, we've created a website and an app, and that's free to anybody, and it contains resources of where to get started. It can be accessed offline in order that seafarers can access materials without using very precious data, which is required for phoning home. Offline access hopefully removes some of the barriers as well that stigma might provide to, which prevents individuals really from publicly engaging with materials or support if they have to use a ship's computer. Also a concern if data is monitored, which hopefully this offline facility will take away. I'm aware that many of the organizations on today's call have incorporated some of these materials into company-specific programs, and that frankly is fantastic. By adapting them to your platforms and ensuring they work best for your nationality profile and company culture, you're really facilitating ease of access. That's great. I do hope many of you on the line today recognize at least some of these programs, including Resilience and Let's Talk. For those of you who are not already aware of these programs, the ones in orange contain information and guidance that can help management teams recognize good practice and identify how to implement something that suits your company. This includes handrails on how to implement provision of professional care, a central repository of industry partners and support networks, and also guidance on how to build networks that champion mental health across organizations or indeed peer-to-peer support. Programs in purple contain practical tips, tools, and strategies, including activities for seafarers to raise awareness and really improve well-being. I referred earlier to breaking down stigma. It's okay not to be okay. We need to talk about this. We need to enable conversations around mental health and how to access support, as well as managing the risks of fatigue. There's also a program that centers on emotional intelligence. That's to say, understanding yourself and understanding others. And that helps them build up awareness for those that will eventually become leaders to develop the skills for managing crew well-being. Most recently, we've added a program which helps raise the understanding of the link between physical and mental health. And that includes activity cards to help individuals get started if they've never really engaged with their physical health before. So all programs are based on the wellbeing foundations that every company really needs to have in place for programs to be successful. Commitment from the top, clear policies and guidance, and targets to monitor improvement. As we move forward, the conversation will undoubtedly continue to evolve. Wellbeing and care are an integral part of the broader topic of human performance. Without putting the structures and mechanisms in place to support our people, creating an environment where it's safe to speak up, being curious, listening effectively, and recognizing that really the context of and our situation drives behaviors, we will not succeed in making the desired behavioral and cultural changes I referred to earlier that will keep our people safe. The industry is filled with great intention, but the industry, as mentioned earlier by Graham Henderson, is a complex patchwork of regulation, collective representation, research, training, enforcement, and commercial influence. And each of these have their own priorities and directions. Seafarers and ship managers will thank us if we can work together and consolidate this mushrooming but well-intentioned set of initiatives and really take a united approach to supporting wellbeing as being proposed by organisations such as Together in Safety. One of the other big questions we must consider going forward is, how do we know? Deepti referred earlier on to doing surveys with the crew to really understand how people on the front line are feeling. And whilst we're already challenged to measure the scale of the issue, and even the best medical minds are challenged to really understand how we measure the success of the solutions that we're putting in place, it shouldn't stop us considering the issue. Are we really asking the right questions, for example, in incident investigation, to really get to the bottom of how individuals got to the place where they do what they do? If there's an opportunity to use technology and big data to help us get ahead, we should be using it. We'd be able to achieve predictable, actionable insights. And so I really hope we'll pose some interesting questions to our panelists later in the day. I don't think any of us have all the answers, and it's therefore so important we work together and really keep our minds open. We in Shell have been working with a startup who have rolled out for us a digital opportunity on board our managed tonnage that enables our seafarers to easily and anonymously share workplace feedback. But like everything, it's only as good as the trust from our people. And it's the accompanying conversations we're finding that have been particularly valuable in providing insights and getting to the core of some of these issues. We need our people to believe that we are on their side, and we need to be consistent in our approach of supporting them. I am quite excited, though, how it might provide us with an opportunity to really hear what people on the front line feel and what direction and priorities they feel we should be taking. I think it's only with their engagement and with us working together that we have a chance of supporting their well-being really beyond these times of uncertainty. Thank you. And Nikhil, back to you.
Cerian, thank you. Thank you for bringing to light some practical aspects and a structured approach to seafarers' well-being. We shall now move on to a panel discussion. And Cerian, please stay online. I will now ask Chris Curtin to join us. Chris is the Managing Director for ITM Dubai, and Chris is also a member of the IMRS. So welcome on board, Chief. I'll also request Dr. Deepti Mankad, who made a presentation earlier, to join us on stage, please. Welcome, Deepti. And we also have Captain Desmond D'Souza to join us, Desmond. Please, Desmond. Okay, we're going to have an interactive session now, and I'm hoping there are some questions from you. If there are any questions to be posed to the panel, please raise your hand and you will get a mic. Please wait for the mic to reach you. So if there is not a question as yet from you guys here, then we have a question from the online audience, and that asks, what support has been offered by different ports or industry stakeholders? I'm presuming that is obviously for the welfare of seafarers. Who amongst the three of you would like to take that? There is a mic there, so there you go.
There we go. I think the answer to that question is A, not enough, and B, varying differently depending on what the port infrastructure of a particular country thinks is the advantage to them to actually do it. So I think there have been some improvements in various places. There's also been some setbacks in other places. And the problem is, as we're constantly saying, there isn't a unified approach. So I think where the port facilities are, some places are very good with port facilities. Within the UAE, we have some very good port facilities. Places like Singapore have always had very good port facilities. But the main problem is that seafarers are still not treated, and this was a core tenet of the Neptune Declaration, was that seafarers be treated as key workers. Now that has happened to some extent, but not enough. And this is it's an industry-wide problem that's affecting, as Mr. Main mentioned before, we've got a situation in places like Los Angeles where I think at the last count there were 80 or 90 container ships waiting to discharge. Until there's a point where seafarers are treated as key workers, where airlines will accept them on board, and where we can get all seafarers vaccinated, and like it or not, whether anybody is a proponent or an opponent of vaccination, the reality is that if you're not vaccinated, you're not going to be able to do anything very soon, and that includes all of us. So I think there still needs to be a huge push. I think at last count, there are something like 850 signatories to the Neptune Declaration. Great being a signatory. It's time everybody, in the colloquial phrase, pulled the fingers out and got started on getting this sorted out. So that's a little bit more long-winded than you were asking for. But I think and to the seafarers out there, we're all with you. Everybody in this room who is involved in shipping, whether it be from a ship owner, a ship manager, a charterer, an oil major, our key workers and our number one staff are our frontline staff, who are you guys at sea. So it's important that everybody, we do what we say. There's been too much talk about what we're going to do and not enough action. And I think I'll stop there before I say something I regret.
No, thanks, Chris. Would you like to add something, Dipti? Captain, you're a sailing master, so probably you have witnessed on the other side what has been done by various stakeholders. Can you share some of your experiences?
Given the fact that most countries are opening the borders, and now with the new COVID restrictions, most of the countries are again closing down the borders. So having repatriation in most countries, again, is becoming difficult. Seafarers are not treated like regular people on board. Rather, if you can fly from any other country, but a seafarer cannot sign up from any other country. We are treated kind of differently, so to speak, if that may be the word. But actually, seafarers at sea are totally isolated. And the most safest place to be during any pandemic is at sea, because there is no virus, there's nothing at sea. It's just good old fresh air and brace is excellent. But when we reach the port, is the place where you are treated like you have to be quarantined for 14 days and everything else, and you cannot even have repatriated. Even as Mr. Eugene said, somebody couldn't have the body could not be sent home, which is a very sad situation. I think thank you for Tristar to have this thing as a highlight and having this as an open forum, and hopefully something will be done by everybody for the Seafarer.
So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. Cerian, any thoughts on that before I move on to question number 2?
Yeah, and I fully endorse what Chris has said. It's frustrating, and we really need to keep the pressure on to get people to translate their commitments on paper to tangible actions. I also believe that there are things we really need to explore. Just because they've been the way they've always been doesn't mean to say that we can't explore how things might be done differently. So, for example, to maintain the protection for our people on board, do people really need to be visiting the ships and going on board just as they always used to provide paperwork? Or are there alternative methods where we actually can do some of this virtually? Let's utilize some of the digitalization that we've experienced during the pandemic and make things safer and better for our people, that will then hopefully help translate into ensuring that people can get home. So yeah, fully endorse what Chris has said.
Fantastic. Thanks, Cerian, for jumping in. Do we have any questions from you, ladies and gentlemen here? Chris.
We've seen in the airline industry that any airport, as Eugene mentioned earlier, you go in, you have to have a PCR test to go on board. Now, for vessels, in many ports around the world, even if you wish to have the people coming on your ship PCR tested within 72 hours, many of those ports are refusing to do this. They're signing their own self-health declaration, but they won't necessarily make their staff have a PCR test. Here in the UAE, the green pass has been changed from 30 days to 14 days. Is this something that can be considered to put forward via the Neptune Declaration and or other means to get this moved forward on board vessels all over the world?
I think you're a front runner with the Neptune Declaration, aren't you, Chris?
Should have mentioned it. Completely agree, Chris. I think that's a great idea. I mean, here, of course, everybody in this room, we have the Al Hosn app, which, as you say, has just changed from 13 days to 14 days. I think that's a great idea, and that's a good suggestion to make.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Having one caveat to that, of course, is that we have to make sure that everybody accepts it. And that's the whole problem we've got at the moment, is that everybody's applying their own national regulations, and it's depending on, to some extent, if you take a look at China, it's not just a national regulation, it's a port regulation. So there's many different requirements in different ports. But yeah, I do think that if everybody could get on board with some kind of, and an app's an ideal way to go, I think, rather than a piece of paper. So I think that's a really good suggestion.
Fazal. So you have now global sort of guidelines and local as well. So that could get challenging.
Just a question or a clarification. So we just made a comment that, yes, we should take this forward. Who's going to do something specific? I mean, as a result of this forum, is someone going to take a note and then actually take this forward to the Neptune Declaration people in some way? How do we actually convert this talk into action?
Absolutely.
Me again. Okay, I'll do that. I'll take that forward. I'll make a commitment on behalf of V Group to take that forward with the Neptune Declaration.
Thank you, Chris. Anything you'd like to add, Dipti or Cerian? Not on this. Perhaps on the next one, and this one's for you then, Dipti. What can seafarers, or how can seafarers voice their concerns on board or even while ashore in regards to their well-being. So we're talking about, we've also understood, we're talking about also beyond the pandemic, yes?
Yes, so just to start off with, we are talking about the pandemic, but we have data right from 2014 onwards. And I'm sure Andy will agree with that we've had issues with mental health right from a decade back. But it has come to surface since the incidents which started happening at sea got reported. Earlier, seafarers were considered as a very isolated lot of people. Nothing was discussed. You ask a common man, what does a seafarer do on board? I doubt they will be able to say what happens on the ship, right? They're not aware of what kind of work, what kind of stress the seafarers go through. So having said that, yes, many companies have started taking initiatives. Now, how can they show concern and how can the seafarers get help? So in the past 1 year, if I have to talk about the recent statistical data which was coming up. So this from December 2020 to Feb 2020, December 2019 to Feb 2020. I read a report from the Sea Trade Maritime News where they said the masters requested the companies for maximum counseling services needed for people who are stuck on board. So they received a lot of calls, and for this, a lot of companies came together and they started offering what we call as the helpline number. Now, how does that help? They know they cannot get back home. There were repatriation issues. And so when they call the helpline numbers, they had a counselor on the other line, plus being multilingual, as we have multinational crew on board, and they used to voice out their concern. Most of the times they were worried about what is going to happen to the family, what will happen to us, when will we get to go back home? And now we are tired, we are fatigued, we have crossed 13 months on board. So the counselor's job was to calm them down and to make them realize that you are safer on the ship. And this is going to not only continue for some time, but not giving any false hopes. So that was one thing, of course, by providing them with the helpline support, which I think maximum companies have done it. The other way of voicing concern was where the company owners and the company, even the management companies, in fact, I would like to say, they took a step where they used to start video calling on ships as well, talking to their seafarers one-on-one, trying to ask them how they're feeling, what they're doing. But the most important thing which I would like to highlight here is that we are talking about suicides, we are talking about depression, but anxiety was much more higher in the past 1.5 years as compared to depression on board. And the reason this anxiety was there for two reasons. One, people who were stuck on board, they were not knowing what to do and what is going to happen. So uncertainty gave rise to a lot of anxiety on board. And the people who are stuck ashore, who are not getting a ship to go back on ship to start earning, their anxiety was at another level altogether. So both of the sides, if you see the seafarers who were on shore and the ones who were sailing, both were experiencing anxiety. So yes, they can voice out concerns. There are helpline numbers. And also many ships have the whistleblowers where they can just directly call the company. They have a line which directly contacts the company, straight line, where they can speak and they can work. Main thing was that they started talking. And like Cerian says, it all starts with conversations. You need to make them talk to you. And practical assistance has been offered by companies to seafarers where families were stuck. And I remember one incident, I'm sorry, I'm taking time, but this is something I really want to say. So there was the family where they were not getting medication. They were from a small town in India. And when we got a call and the third engineer was really anxious and he wanted to go back. So we made a plan. We spoke to the company came forward. We took the medication, we contacted the family, the medication reached on time, and you suddenly find the anxiety of the third engineer going down. So practical assistance, wherever necessary, the company started providing. So there were many ways in which the concerns were looked after. So I think, yes, having numbers, helpline numbers, and also having in-house counselors. Some companies do have their in-house counselors who are available at any given time to speak to them. So I think this is something which has been happening.
I mean, I'm going to throw a curveball here from my time at sea. Now, calling the helpline, who's going to pay for that phone call? Because you'll have a whole separate set of issues if you've got to pay $5 a minute.
No, so let me tell you, these are free for the seafarers.
Right.
Yes, it's absolutely
And then
free.
I used to have, when we had to make a phone call to anybody, you had to go in the bridge. And then you'll have the watchkeeper and his colleague listening to your eavesdropping on your call. And especially when you're talking about a situation like this, the last thing you want to have is someone listening to your worries. So how is that aspect addressed?
Yes. So when they call, they are given privacy when they are speaking to the counselors. Second thing, it is absolutely confidential. So whatever is discussed by the seafarer with the counselor stays between them unless it's a red area. Red area means if the counselor feels that the person is showing any kind of suicidal ideation, then that is reported to the company to say that this vessel, we had received a call and there is this. Unless it is high alert, they will not share what has been discussed. So authenticity is there, privacy is there, and this data is not shared. The only thing the company comes to know that, yes, we had received so many calls in a month and, the things are sorted only and only if the counselor feels that it is high alert. They inform the company so that corrective action can be taken. And it's private. So when I get counseling calls from ships, the master makes it a point that when the person is speaking to me, the person is alone. Nobody's around.
So the watchkeeper, he goes away from the bridge?
No. They don't call me from the bridge.
The safety conference.
No.
Since you were at sea, Nikhil, they've actually got more telephones than one.
There you go. Thank you. Very practical solution. Thank you.
That number, toll-free number for calling network is right there in bold letters.
Oh, yeah.
And people can pick up and call. The seafarers are not charged for it.
Fantastic.
Nikhil,
yes.
I have a question from our online audience.
Yes, David.
It's a Leslie Race. He says that voyage times are reducing, a lot of more regulations. Is anyone having a relook at the policy of manning on board? Because we are overburdening the staff.
It's for you, Chris.
So from our point of view at V Group, we very much look at every vessel that we manage, what the requirements are on board for basically flag state manning, and more importantly, what the requirements are for the intended trade. So you may have two vessels that are entirely the same size. One's operating on very long runs, maybe it's going transatlantic or trans-Pacific or something, and you've got something else that's maybe running around Northwest Europe or in the Mediterranean or in Gulf to India and stuff. So we very much look at the manning level on board pursuant to the trade, because fatigue is a big problem. And I think that with COVID coming along, that's to some extent taken away the focus that we had on fatigue previously to a little bit more with the mental health issue. And of course, it's all linked in together. So the short answer to that is yes. And for my own organization, and I can't speak for anybody else,
sure, we
certainly look at that from the point of view when we're bringing a ship into management. And also once the ship's in, because obviously the trade then changes.
Mm.
Yeah, I could say the same for Tristar as well. Yes, depending on the trade pattern, depending on the cargo we carry, there is a change in manning level. And yes, Tristar is always never backfooted on this. Always told the management in case you have a trade change of the cargo where you carry palm oil and more information required or more help required, please inform office, and they don't refuse ever. Thank you for that.
Since you're holding the mic, Desmond, did you ever have a situation on board when you had one of the crew come up to you and say, I have this issue? We spoke about stigma earlier. Has anybody been saying, have you ever had to deal with a case such?
You mean a mental issue or?
Yeah, well, yeah, call it that.
Yes, mental issues, yes. We had a case last ship.
Mm-hmm.
one of my crew members was not showing not socially mingling with others. And he had a very particular, he just never come during meal hours. He always wanted to be isolated. We tried to communicate, try to get him into socializing, find out what his problems were. He was having some family issues. We also told him about the helpline, but he was reserved about it. So not everybody wants to share it, the well-being. Although it is there, although it's privacy, we told him about it. Yes, but he couldn't do it. We informed the office. Next boat, he was off.
Yeah. Right. Yogesh Timble has asked a question. Do companies have a plan for the new variant of COVID? Not sure how that practical that is, but so I guess he's referring to the Omicron. Please, Andy. Look, sorry, it's not only questions. The comments are also most welcome.
Hi, Andy Bowerman, Mission to Seafarers. I have a question which is kind of a personal interest, and I'm interested to know how it's playing out in the development of welfare services. And it's kind of around intercultural narratives that are different for different cultures and how that shapes our responses. So just for example, for those who aren't aware of them, so we've got Cerian, who I'm assuming probably was educated and grew up in the West, so she's likely to have a kind of guilt and innocence, cultural meta-narrative, things happen in a linear way. Typically out of East Asia, you might have a meta-narrative which is about power and fear and societies in a certain order. And then across the Middle East, for example, you might have something which is more about honor and shame. And I'm just interested in how those things interplay together can sometimes prevent us responding or seeing welfare issues, because actually from a certain culture, to talk about a welfare issue might be seen as bringing shame or might be seen as showing fear examples. I'm interested to know whether any organizations are thinking about those things.
Yeah, so I'll take that. So when we are talking about welfare and well-being of seafarers, you're right. When we talk about different countries, so there is a lot of stigma associated. Now, in the Asian countries, the stigma is much more higher, all right? And people don't want to open up. And like he rightly said, you have the network number, which has been provided, but they are extremely hesitant because somewhere they have the fear. They don't trust that if I'm speaking to a counselor, the company is definitely going to know about it. That constant fear is there. So whenever we have trainings, psychological trainings with them, I always ask them that what is the fear? And the fear is that no, people will label us. The reason, because people are not accepting of people having a mental breakdown. So it starts off with firstly, educating and making people aware of what mental health is. Unfortunately, in many countries, till date, when I see and when I interact, people are still not knowing what is mental health. If I ask anyone here to even define, can you tell me what mental health is? So the minute the word mental comes in, bang, and there's a barrier. And the people raise their eyebrows and they look up to you as if something is wrong with you. We don't associate it with the same way as we talk about our physical health. You'll find a lot of sympathy people giving you when you have an accident on board, and they'll rush and try and help you out. But when there's a mental breakdown, nobody is trying to understand that this is something to do with the mind of the person and we need to help the person. So that's the first part. Second part, yes, culturally, countries are different. So for example, there's just an example I'm giving you, is when we do the wellness at sea training, which is primarily aiming at providing aid as far as the well-being of the seafarers. So we have trainers from that country who take up, because I personally feel if I'm doing training, I'm regional in charge for India, I exactly know how Indian seafarers' mindsets are. So we mold the program keeping in mind their mindsets. So if there is a training going on in Philippines, we have a trainer who is from there, who's trained to handle the seafarers who are from Philippines. And same way for Asia, or for when we're talking about South Africa. So we try and provide them with the similar mindset training and how they should be with the other multinational. So that's how we blend the two, keeping their culture as their base, because the trainings given to seafarers in different countries vary according to their culture. And I feel culture plays a very, very important role when it comes to the upbringing and the mindset and the perception of people. So if you want to change that, it has to start from the root level and gradually move up and then blend the different cultures. Because I feel ship is like a small UN where we have people coming from all across the world under the same roof, but the perceptions are different. So I think that is the stepping stone first, and then moving on and blending it together and sharing with them what happens with different cultures. Because ultimately we have countries from high context and low context, right? So everyone's perception, the way they look at things, the way they work, the way they talk, the way they interact, everything is different. So to make them understand that the purpose is we all are humans on board. There is no other culture on board, and that should be the work culture and the human culture. So that is how we try to blend in and bring it together.
Thanks, Dipti. But before we move on to the next online question, David, I have a question for you, Mr. Pereira. What is Tristar doing, unless I missed it at some stage? What is Tristar doing to maintain the well-being, especially in these times? I'm presuming it's you who's going to answer it, otherwise, Tristar Maritime I'm talking about. Okay, both can. Everyone has a different perspective, as we heard.
From our perspective, we are never stopped from doing whatever is good for the seafarer on our ships by the top management. I've never had a case where there's a question also from the audience, from the online audience to Captain Desmond. Would you ever stop a ship when work hours are being exceeded? And I hope he will answer, at least on Tristar ships, he will answer yes. Okay. So,
I mean, let's be fair. If I'm in his place and the big boss is sitting in the same room, is he going to say no? Practical.
Well, you can take him outside and let him tell you this answer and then come back in. But I don't think he will, because he has never asked us, or any of our ships have never asked us that I need to stop or I need to do this because my crew is fatigued. And the answer from us is no, we're losing money, you have to go ahead. Okay. Our policy is safety of crew and ship. Yes, we are a business, we have to make money also. It's not just, we're not a charity, I agree, but not at the cost of our ship or crew. And our masters and chief engineers are given this very clearly in briefings by our superintendents, not only managers, that your first, anytime you feel unsafe, stop, think, and do everything safe. So I don't know. I think he'd be the best to answer if what I'm telling you is a big story, or if it's, and I'll walk out of the room if you want.
The working hours is always a tricky point. This with this 2006 MLC, it's not, sometimes it's not so easy to implement, especially this rest hours, depending on the vessel trade, especially when you have short voyages, isn't it?
So there was a question about safe manning, which in my view is actually not it's a certain document which has no meaning, because most of the time it's 12 or 13 or 14. You cannot run a ship with 12 people. So flags, you've got some people with flags, let them answer this question. Flags have to come up with a manning of a ship which is actually to operate it. Because in a competitive market, there are owners who will do a safe manning of 12 at the cost of fatigue and safety. And then we as other owners have to compete with them. It's not that we will bring it ever to 12 or 13 or 14, but this is, I think, a situation where flag has to step in and say, sorry, our safe manning is not 12, it's 22. And if your trade is this, it's 24. I mean, this is not for a manager or an owner. It should be for the flag.
Flag, yeah, truly.
I'm off the hook now, I hope.
Any comments, Desmond?
Just to confirm on what Mr. David said. Yes, before it even goes to the owners, we ask the operators, the fleet management, and they have said point blank, if ever you have going to violate, you can stop the ship, you can do it there is no questions asked, and hence the owners don't even know about it probably. And yes, in case we need help, we ask them, and we've never reached a situation like that. But yes, I guess, but it is always there that in case you need it, it is there. You can always stop a ship because of fatigue, because of whatever reason. No problem, no questions asked. And yes, it's also there for Tristar. So we've been double backed by that. So thanks for that.
I hope Rahul Verma, who's listening online, your question has been answered by Captain Desmond. All right. Chris.
Yeah, thanks. Chris Greenwood with ABS. Maybe a comment rather than a question, but
Sure.
I think everything that we're talking about today to further enable all of the commendable things that we're talking about with hotlines and helplines, maybe the importance of investment in technology, certainly as it relates to probably what everybody in this room has read about the improved maybe emotional connection that you get through video calls rather than voice calls, for example. Anybody who's been on a ship that's not tied up alongside knows that, you know, there are issues with bandwidth when you're sailing. That certainly needs to be improved, especially as it relates to comments that Eugene made at the start, as we look to try and encourage the Snapchat, Instagram generation to take jobs offshore and on ships. That is something that I think as an industry, those two things definitely go hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Chris, for that comment. Manit.
Hi, everyone. My name is Manit. Going back to Andy's question, Dipti, have you thought of, from a cultural perspective, we all know there are certain stigmas, especially in Asia. Have you thought of having brand ambassadors, of some seafarers actually speaking out and saying, I went through so-and-so, so-and-so, and this is how the well-being or the line has helped me? Because I feel that could be one way to get over stigma.
Yes, we do have seafarers now in the past 2 years or 3 years. 5 years back, if you would ask me, nobody would say it. But fortunately, in the past 2 years, I've seen a lot of change, and seafarers are coming up and they are talking about it upfront. Yes, we do have certain seafarers who have sailed, and they do come up and they talk about it and they do share about it. In fact, Captain Desmond is here, and he himself has undergone psychological first aid training with me when we did it for Tristar, which we mentioned earlier. And they do open up, and it's a very open forum, open training room, I would rather say, where we do case studies and where people come up and they share about what they've gone through. And some of them during the training, they realize that we all are the same, and they do share their own experience. We've had seafarers who have openly admitted during the training what they have gone through, and some of them have gone through mental breakdowns and how they coped with it and how they came out of it. So yes, we do have today seafarers who stand up and they say, yes, I have gone through it, I've coped with it, I'm strong, and now I'm ready to help the others on board. We've had that.
Fazal, we take the last question from Fazal.
So this is a follow-up on both the comments. You know, there's a saying that language is the dress of thought. And so often the way we speak reflects our own internal attitudes. Now, if we've identified that being accused of mental health issues evokes all kinds of really sensitive issues, is there not a word or a phrase that should be developed or used rather than mental health? Because the minute you bring the word mental and health, automatically there's a block. So from a professional perspective, I would urge the industry and all of us to start using words that actually reflect a softer interpretation of mental health rather than the word mental. Just like if you don't call a leprosy patient a leper, because there's a different connotation. He's just a patient or she's just a patient. But to call somebody a leper is a different connotation altogether.
How about adding a judge before that, judgmental health? Sort of. No, I just would like to comment, this Gautam Lahiri from ABS. You know, I mean, I think I heard a lot of comments, and thank you, Deepthi, for all those fabulous feedback you gave on the mental health issues and all that. I think as far as seafarers' situation on the mental health issue, I mean, we are still living in a stone age, you know, as far as this mental health condition is concerned. And I think it is time, it's more of a comment rather than a query or question to anybody, actually. I think it's time when we actually, as the stakeholders in the industry, we take, some sort of a pledge to enshrine the seafarers' mental health into the maritime law. I mean, unless and until something like this happens, MLC convention has actually, sort of brought about some of these issues. But I think it's time that we actually bring in, and I think one of the things, unless and until something is mandated in the industry, it becomes very much voluntary for the companies to actually comply with anything, I would also urge, even the, Cerian is here listening from Shell, the various oil majors, etc., who come out with these VIQs and, all kinds of pre-hire requirements and all that. So with this, they can mandate some of these things actually to ensure that the companies are actually obliged to take action towards this. It's just a comment.
Yeah, thank you. So just to tell you, yes, I'm also against the word mental health. And every time people use it, and it's taken it very, very negatively. So, and that's the reason we always try and speak about wellness and well-being. So are you well today? Are you feeling fine? And so we are now focusing from mental health to being the well-being of seafarers, or when we talk about the wellness of seafarers. So we try not to use mental health word over and over again. And secondly, what you commented, I think Chris is here to as well say that, but now there are a few companies who have included, again, sorry to use the word again, but the mental health perspective into their SMS. I know about a few companies because I had spoken to one of them and I asked them that suppose you have someone on board who, you have an accident, your physical thing is covered in your insurance. So my question was that, do you have anything to do with the mental well-being of the seafarer? So if something happens to him because of psychological distress, will it be covered for him? And that company said, yes, we have included it and we cover it. So I think it's good that certain companies have started doing it. But like I said, it has to be all the stakeholders. It should be a collective effort. It should be taken up. And like I always say, like our physical health, we have a mental health, and both are interrelated and interdependent. So why should we segregate it? There is no point. We talk about health, now whether the person is going through a psychological distress or he's fractured his leg, it's affecting his well-being. So why do we segregate it? And I'm absolutely against in compartmentalizing it. So I think as stakeholders, we need to understand that we are talking about well-being, and that should be included as a part of whatever they're doing on board. It should be included in the SMS. And of course, I think everybody needs to take it up collectively. Chris, you wanted to add?
Yeah, just a bit further to that. Certainly within my own organization, we did start off very much calling it mental health, mental well-being, and now it's just well-being, just straightforward well-being. And we changed the campaign we had within the company, and it's okay to say I'm not okay. Rather than actually referring to anything being mental health, it's certainly well-being. And are you okay? No, I'm not okay. So let's talk about it. But also going back to something that Cerian mentioned before as well, it's important, I think, that we're not just looking at the seafarers, but we're looking at the staff in the office, because there's a huge amount of stress and anxiety amongst staff in the office, particularly when they're taking on some of the very real personal issues of the staff at sea. So it's very important that the whole well-being structure runs throughout the whole organization, and that there is somebody there for shore staff to talk to, who knows somebody there from sea staff to talk to, and that they can both talk together. So it's very much something that's integrated into our SMS, and it's very much something that's at the forefront of everything that we're doing.
Thank you, Chris. I think Mr. Main, you had a comment or a question.
My question is mainly to all the listeners on this session today, and as the sponsor of this event, I'd like to see if there is any feedback for us. Would like to hear from the people who we're talking about. What action would they like? Obviously, we want something to come out of this conference. It should not be just another one. We sit, talk, and go away.
Yeah.
So it's good if we can get some feedback to what action would they like, so that next year, when we come back to this conference, we'll be able to demonstrate. And that's the whole thing about progress. If we are not able to make that progress, then these conferences are not working. So I would like to hear from the people who we are focusing on and get their feedback, so that we will then take it as a mandate for us. So we have to do something about it. And I'm happy to hear from them. So people who are listening in, if they can send us a mail or a note today on the helpline, we can probably be action. The second question I have for Dipti, and maybe this is something to consider. I think for every case of a suicide, I believe you would have something like attempted suicides. Is that something norm that, 6, 7 attempts, sometimes maybe less? But like we do for any normal incident or accident, we track, we trace, we go down root cause, things like. Is there something that people do? Firstly, do they report attempted suicides? And if they don't report, maybe this is one way for us, because today we live in an age of data. Collecting the data, understanding the circumstances might give us some idea of where is there a problem? Is it a concentrated problem? What is the challenge? Is it a repeated issue that's coming up? Is it like family issues? Or is it working issues? So, these things will help us to narrow it down, to be able to, I think the whole idea is, how do we bring down, like we have goal zero and safety accidents. So this should be the target. This should be the focus, to totally eliminate it. And by getting that data and being able to analyze that and use that data to drive improvements, I think might be a way forward for this, rather than just saying, call the hotline. Hotline is not really, may or may not be successful, but if we get the data, then we can drive, because maybe sometimes we are like this current climate that we live in, where this policy changes. We have to lobby governments or various other authorities to get the required action. So it's good once we get the data, we can see on which areas that we need to focus collectively as all interested stakeholders. How can we work like you have the Neptune Declaration, and maybe advance that further and make it fully encompassing for every, all sorts of other well-being and issues that come up for people on board a ship.
Yeah, so I think here the only issues, yes, there are some companies who report that, in fact, one data was collected by ITF, and where they showed that there was 20% of the seafarers were showing signs of suicidal ideation. That means, just to explain the term, that means the idea of committing suicide coming to the mind of the seafarer. So we have organizations who have collected data. Now, the sad part is that when the data comes in, the sample size, if you see from where you collect, right? And that is what decides. So that acts like, and when we generalize it to the populace, that is how research is generally done. But there are many companies who would not like to declare it, that yes, we had an attempted suicide on board. And that is where the problem is. So my request to all the companies is that if something like this happens, let's all the companies, there should be a pool where people report it, so that you have the data and the companies start looking into it. So why did the person try to commit suicide? Now, I can only tell you from what I have done so far, and the counselings and the problems which have come to me, most of the time they have been relationship issues or family issues, because of which the seafarer has attempted a suicide or has actually jumped off and committed suicide. Maximum cases so far. It has not been work related, maybe very, very few marginal, but it is because of the family issue. And so, getting a call and suddenly the wife is saying, you're not coming home. You promised you'll be home. And so I think let's separate it out. We cannot work out, because that fellow was on board for 16 months. So she's saying, I want to file a divorce. So things like this come up, or some person getting married to somebody else, or just leaving and going. And these kind of things create, and shipping, the ship on sea, I'm sure those who have sailed will understand, it's a very vulnerable environment. Negative thoughts come very easy. And so, yes, I also would really want the companies to open up and share the data. Yes, we have attempted suicide. Unfortunately, the companies come when there is already the suicide has taken place, that, okay, Dipti, you need to counsel the entire crew. Please talk to all of them, you know. But if it would have been before, then it would be much, much more easier to understand the kind of distress they're going through. So that is a barrier which we need to still overcome, where companies openly come and accept it. Like how earlier nobody used to report near misses, but then the companies made it a policy that if you report it and you're taking action, it talks good about you. So this also needs to be taken in a positive way, that yes, somebody showed that, but we helped, we counseled, the person is out of it, we could save a life. I think the way we do it, that is what will make the difference. The perception and the way, the positive approach is required. You know, I think only then this difference can come about.
Cerian, thank you for joining us from the UK. Obviously, the weather's nice and nippy, and that's why you're wearing a turtleneck.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that enlightening discussion and sharing your thoughts. Yeah, we will please have a round of applause for these 4 panelists. Fantastic. Thank you. We'll move on now to Seafarers, Victims of Circumstances. And for that, please allow me to have Andy Bowerman, who is the Regional Director from the Mission to Seafarers, come up and share some of his thoughts. Andy, the floor is all yours. Obviously, people from my generation have benefited a lot from the Mission to Seafarers, and I certainly hope the younger ones continue to do so.
It's a big picture. That's slightly scary for you all. It's my honor to be here with you. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. It's a real privilege. But first, a little about me, so you don't get the wrong idea of my perspective. I'm not a mariner. I come to you as somebody who's worked with the Mission to Seafarers for 4 years. My background originally was as a psychologist, and then seeing people flourish out of all sorts of difficult circumstances, working in issues around modern day slavery, helping people out of poverty. So my perspective is one about how do we help all people to flourish and to thrive? How do we see some measure of justice for everyone? I work for the Mission to Seafarers. I'm sure all of you know that we are in more than 200 ports around the world. And in the region that I serve, we're in more than 20 ports from Egypt to India. When the world closed down due to the pandemic in 2020, it was, of course, as we all know, seafarers who continued to work. When airports and countries closed their borders, it was seafarers who remained working, often not seeing their families for more than 12 months. In our experience at the Mission to Seafarers, when a maritime company begins to struggle financially, it is often the seafarer who is last to know and yet most affected. When a container ship gets caught at the center of global news, it is the ordinary, or perhaps we should say extraordinary, seafarer who is sometimes forgotten at the heart of the story. Today, I want to suggest that we need to change that story. We need to develop a new narrative if we are going to see all seafarers flourishing in the often difficult circumstances of their lives. There are these 2 young fish swimming along, and they happen to meet an older fish swimming the other way, who nods at them and says politely, "Morning, boys. How's the water?" The 2 young fish swim on for a bit, and then eventually one of them looks at the other and goes, "What the hell is water?" The point being that when you are surrounded by water all your life, you stop noticing it. It melts into your worldview. It permeates everything in your perception, even as it shapes your behavior. This, I think, is a good way for us to think about the institutional difficulties that seafarers face. It is when people inhabit a culture where they are told it will be hard, where they are told that they might be discriminated against, where they are told they might experience bullying for such a long time, that they become immersed in that paradigm. And therefore, they, along with everybody, just says, life at sea is hard. Suck it up and get on with it. When you're at sea, you might feel isolated, you might feel fatigued, you might get stressed. But if we're not careful, we can stop noticing that at the heart of it all, seafarers are failing to flourish in the ways they could. And therefore, no one really challenges some of the institutional methodology which allows this to happen. Whilst I give great credit to Tristar and all the companies here, in our experience, it's something somewhere deeper, more hidden, that needs to be challenged. So I want to suggest we change the narrative. The story about what a seafarer's work or life should be like needs to become one not of hardship, but where they might expect to flourish and to thrive. Now, our work and research suggests that the treatment of seafarers needs to change and improve. Too many have reported to us, and I quote, that they feel like they are pariahs ashore. This disconnect signals that society and governments do not always understand, appreciate, or recognize the importance of seafarers. I am, as we would say in England, preaching to the choir. As someone wrote recently, if 2021 is the year when the world woke up to the importance of shipping, perhaps 2022 will be the year when we finally recognize the seafarers who make it all happen. This past year, we visited the crew of the Ever Given on a number of occasions whilst they were arrested in the Great Bitter Lake. It was evident that the stress and pressure on them was being forgotten by many in the media and the insurance companies and the owners and the charterers involved. Instead, they focused on claims and counterclaims. How much insurance might I get? What should we get in recompense for what has happened? Forgetting the 25 ordinary Indians on board the vessel. We were hugely grateful to the London P&I Club, who insisted that crew well-being and crew welfare must be taken seriously. And the first time we went to visit, it took 3 days to persuade the authorities that we should be allowed to make a simple visit to the ship to listen to the story from the seafarer's point of view. As an aside, it is wonderful to see this week that she will return through the Suez Canal. And we happen to know that at least one crew member will be from the previous crew returning back. It's interesting that he says he has received no additional support whilst he's been at home on shore leave. I leave you to make of that what you will. This year, we also saw the conclusion to a three-year battle for justice for the crew of the MT Iber. There she is on the beach at Al Quain. Finally, after running aground, their story was heard. Their story, which had been spoken of for 36 months, was finally heard when the ship arrived on the beach. Their plight was noticed by the world. And once the world was alerted to what was going on, people finally decided to respond, to help the abandoned ship and her crew. Now, I do have to stress that this sort of situation only impacts a very small number of seafarers. But it's time for us to remember, as we've already been reminded, that in our community, we are a family. If one member in our community is injured or mistreated or faces injustice, then it impacts or should impact on all of us. At the Mission to Seafarers, along with others, we do all sorts of things to try and research and listen to the voices of seafarers. Every quarter, we run something called the Seafarers Happiness Index, where tens of thousands of seafarers report to us on how they are feeling in that given period of time. You won't be surprised to know that many seafarers have suggested that their well-being is declining even more rapidly during the pandemic. Many feeling that they've sacrificed their own personal well-being in their essential role of continuing global trade. Issues related to COVID-19 continue to impact them, and I suspect they will do for some time to come. Some are feeling overworked, desperate to get some shore leave or to return to their families. Desperate for some really simple things like connectivity, being able to see their families face to face. It seems strange, doesn't it, that we can speak to people on the moon. We can see people arriving or a craft arriving in Mars, and yet we somehow cannot make it possible for a seafarer to see and to speak to their family when they're a few miles offshore. The detrimental consequences to this include things like high tension, declining camaraderie with crews, and just that sense of feeling they are not recognized, they are not seen. Without the ability to go home, many have lost, they feel, their lifeline to the world outside. As one seafarer put it, fun and happiness are taken out of sailing by most ship owners and managers for commercial gains. Present company, I'm sure, excluded. So what now? Well, perhaps we have to admit to a certain amount of stuckness, as the iceberg got somewhat stuck on the beach at Al Quain. In some areas, we've run aground. You know, over the past 18 months, there has been a change in the narrative. We are beginning across the world to recognize the hidden value of seafarers. But we, the industry, need to ensure that the movement, the journey, the voyage continues in the right direction, where issues are not hidden away, but where with increased transparency and improved legislation, we see the broken systems repaired. At present, the reality from our side in the Mission to Seafarers is we're not fully seeing the increased awareness turning into genuine action on the ground. Now, whether that be in general around crew well-being or more specifically on issues such as abandonment across the wider Gulf. We need to raise the bar for our communications. We need to raise the bar for our responses. We need to raise the bar for what we see happen across our industry so that people continue to honor the great work that happens in this region. In a few minutes, we'll be introduced to the framework of the exciting new legislation for the UAE. We should definitely welcome this news. But we must ensure that this legislation is not just on paper, but that it changes the reality for seafarers, that it changes their circumstances so we no longer see crews tricked into situations where they find themselves, like the crew of the Zeus 1, pictured here, left at anchor without pay for more than 11 months, still waiting, still hoping that they will move from being victims of circumstance to survivors with a story to tell that might help all of our community continue to strive for change, to tell a story where all seafarers can flourish and thrive. I look forward to the conversation and questions to follow. I thank you for your attention. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Yasmin Ficht, Managing Partner at Ficht & Co. And she is going to introduce us to the new legislation for the UAE. Yasmin.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. It's always hard to follow Andy. I love listening to him and to you, to your speech and what you're talking about. I have only a few minutes and I know you're sitting behind and measuring it. Just to let you know, it is really hard to speak about a global community, about the seafarer. There's no such thing as the seafarer. We have first class shipping merchandise. We have really below standard, and we have seafarers on all sides. We have situations where I asked the captain of an abandoned vessel, did you not look at your employee before you went into it? Did you not do any kind of research, what I would do before I join a company? But who am I to ask that question? I do not have to support maybe half a village. I'm not desperate for the next job, no question asked, as long as I get money. You might think of a seafarer and the LNG captain who gets $40,000. Then you're seeing certain contracts for a seafarer who gets $500. So it's very different world out there. Does it mean that certain people deserve less protection? There was one case we actually handled together a few years back where a well-known UAE-based ship owner said to my insisting that the crew is getting paid, Jasmine, we're not in Europe. That is something that still sits with me. I do not understand why an Indian seafarer does not deserve to be paid here, but in Europe he does. I have not understood it. I don't agree with that, and I will never agree with that. Coming to it, I make it very short. I know legal sounds boring, but this one is a good thing. And I have asked if I can speak a few minutes about it. We had a meeting this morning, a harbor master meeting, UAE harbor master meeting, where we discussed this law as well. And I'm very happy to report this is not theory anymore. The first cases have already been pushed through. So I'm very excited about it. Speaking about the law, speaking about the situation we have at the moment, we have situations, what Andy was showing us, the vessel is abandoned or the vessel has been arrested. In the UAE, if the vessel is arrested, the crew is arrested. Don't ask me why. I'm yet to figure this one out. The crew is arrested, supplies are not there, bunker is not there, we are running short. Quite often, only in my personal experience, without the mission for seafarers, crew would have died. They would have died, and there's no discussion about it. The first point of contact for us would be the agent. Sometimes the system slips and the ship owner is registered as the agent. What's my contact now? Insurance company saying they haven't paid for 2 years. We contact the flag. Yep, no, they're not registered with us anymore. We don't know what to do. Try to call the Indian embassy and ask for help. Once there's public pressure, yes, then the embassies are helping. Getting them to react. I hope somebody from the Indian embassy is sitting here somewhere listening to us. It's not good. It's not good. It should be much better. Seriously, it should be much better. So the government here, they looked into it. The Federal Transport, or now the Federal Maritime Authority, they're aware of the situation. Our problem so far, getting to help the seafarer, we need, in order to arrest the vessel, I need one seafarer to physically come with me to the notary public to give me power of attorney so I can arrest the vessel on his behalf to secure his salary. But he's not allowed to leave the vessel. Now I need to find a notary public who's prepared to come with me on board the ship. We're talking weeks. I need to get a number of ministries involved. I need to get pushed. Law needs to be set aside. It is a very, very complicated mechanism. Forget all that. Let's say we got our arrest. We got the arrest. Now the main case. We talk another 1.5 years. Now we're looking at 2 years. Now I got my judgment. Now I need to enforce it. In the end, I promised the seafarer money, right? He needs to get what he deserves. I enforce it by asking the court for a public auction of the ship. The public auction, we're looking at another 1.5 years. So a seafarer, first contact, Andy says, Jasmine, help. We have the first meeting with the seafarer, mostly not a meeting. We're not allowed on board the ship. We have a phone call, more or less good connection. I try to explain him. I try to issue some assurance. We will help you. We will help you. Yes, madam, thank you. When is my family getting money? What am I supposed to say? I don't lie to him. I can only say in 3 years, maybe. That's the current situation, and the government is aware of it. So we have been discussing for the past couple of years this law, where you see that's the problem what we had so far. We didn't have a mechanism. It was too slow. The Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Labor, federal immigration laws, just too many different ministries involved to be able to act fast. Then again, we haven't got very experienced maritime courts. So the judge not always understanding what we want. On that point, same, no proper laws, no laws we could fall back on and say, this is what we have to do. And that is changing now. Sorry, I know I'm feeling the anger look behind me. I'm going faster. We got the law, the first law circular, that's actually from 2018, just to make sure vessels entering the UAE need to have proper insurance cover. Why is that important for seafarers? You ask in your head, because that gives me, if the ship owner is not paying, the insurance company needs to step up for at least 4 months. They need to provide the seafarers wages. That was very important for us. Then we got the second point. That is the one I want to speak about. That is a law, or let's call it a resolution, regarding wreck and non-compliant ships. This is not just wreck removal. Still trying to find a shortcut for this law. This is not wreck removal. This gives us a chance to seize a vessel which is violating, which is unseaworthy, hasn't paid crew, has not enough or proper crew on board, has been abandoned, is mooring without any permission. So it gives us a number of areas where we can, this law enacts and we can seize. The government can actually seize this vessel. And that's the interesting part on it. So now the benefit, it goes very fair now. We consider, the government considers you a non-compliant ship owner. There's no much more. Before it was just empty threats because the ship owner knew how complicated it was for us to actually act. Now we are talking in immediate action, an immediate action, a massive fine system, not just by the port, but by the government. There's a whole catalog of fines, plus you will be banned. You will be banned from 3 months of entering UAE ports. Repeated offenders, you will be banned for a year. And I think not just UAE ports, I think the GCC will work together on that point. It grants, we can now actually seize the vessel. The first cases, the committee has been established. There is a committee of 5 members. They're looking into the complaint raised. They take a decision. What I was told, it happened now on the first 3 cases on Abu Dhabi, abandoned vessels in Abu Dhabi waters. They took a decision on the technical merits within a day. They made a recommendation to the ministry within a day. The ministry is issuing a legal warning towards the ship owner. I wanted to know how it's issuing. If it's abandoned and I don't know where the ship owner is, it's physically stuck on board the ship. I will circulate a photo once I see how that actually looks like. He has a maximum of 60 days. 60 days, here we go again. That can be shortened. We know the ship owner has disappeared. We do not waste 60 days. We can act immediately. Then we will speak with the court, but it will not be a court order. We can go for public auction. What is apparently happening tomorrow in the first case. So we are very excited about it. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited to report this is actually happening. And this is for us now to have a chance to tell a seafarer, we have an instrument in our hands where a ship owner will think twice if he starts playing the funny games they have been playing with us for years. He will think twice about it. And again, if he thinks he gets away, he's not getting away with that. And I might be able, the next time a seafarer is asking, Madam, what do you think? When do I get my money? I might be able to say within 2 or 3 months and not within 4 or 5 years. That's the aim of this law. There is one, actually, you were asking if I added, we met recently at a nice event at Cerian. Is Cerian here somewhere? I'm sure he's here. Yes, nice event, by the way. We met there, we discussed this topic and I showed him, there is from one case we had a few years back. I'm still in touch with that captain. We're still exchanging. I'm checking. Is the ship owner you're going for now? Is he better? That was something what happened. You can see, you can't see, that was in 2018, I think. So that was from him, Captain Ayapan, where he said, we received the tickets today. By the way, we got financial aid from Andy, no question asked. We got a check within the hour. We needed the money urgently for the crew, and Yuri, your help was fantastic. Thanks a lot, madam, for great support on our issues. Trailing you, frankly, you all gave my life, saved my life. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Then again, as he returned to India, he hadn't seen his daughter in 2 years because he's stuck on an abandoned vessel for more than 2 years. The next one, Here, the next one was he had arrived, reached home safely. I'm reunited with my family. I still want to cry when I see it. The photo below is, oh my gosh, so I'm getting so emotional about it. He hadn't seen his daughter in more than 2 years. So that was just a photo he sent me on, look how happy he is. He saw his daughter after 2 years. That is what we have to work for. That's what people have to understand what it means when a crew stucks. Not just they can't call their families, they can't help them financially. They don't see them. He has not seen his daughter and his wife in more than 2 years. We took this photo. The last one here, Captain Ayapan, is actually either he is on social media speaking about his case. I sent him that photo of a government meeting, what you see at the right end, seeing, look, Captain, we're using your situation to enacting the law I have just talked to you about. So sometimes these cases, and he's saying, I'm very happy that at least my situation helped to enact a law that might be make better for seafarers in the future. So that's what it means in reality when we say we're helping stranded seafarers. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Turning visions into reality, dreams into reality. Thank you, Yasmin. Wow. Yeah. With some real, snapshots of your WhatsApp exchange. Fantastic. We're going to have a panel discussion. So may I invite Mohammed Al-Harbawi from, he's a partner at INS, to join us on stage. Captain Amarjeet Kachur, he's Vice President for Middle East International Registries, more commonly known as the Marshall Islands flag. And Yasmin, of course, you're there. Amar, you can come and sit right here next to me. And we have a special guest, Captain Mohammed Al-Mehri, and he is the harbor master at Dry Docks World Dubai. Yes, welcome on board, Captain. Please take a seat. Fantastic. So you've heard the presentations from Andy and from Yasmin, and obviously we're talking about seafarers being victims of circumstances. And I have, yes, sir. Can you just wait for the mic here? It would be nice if you could introduce yourself, sir, before you ask the question.
Hello. Yeah. I am Captain Sudhir Nambiar from Fleet Management. I work in the office. I just visited a ship in one of the GCC countries, and the ship was alongside for 3 days. And the crew tried to go ashore, and one simple message from the agent: no shore leave allowed. There was 2 passenger vessels coming, one after the other, 400, 500 passengers going ashore every day, and the crew just watching and nothing. 2 different rules. Seafarers cannot go ashore. Passengers coming by sea can go ashore. So unfair.
Captain Mohammed, would you be able to respond? No, I'm sorry, anybody, but since there is nobody here, maybe, yes.
Well, it's a worldwide count that always passenger ship have a priority to enter the ports. It's not like other cargo vessels. So they have different procedures to go in. So already agreed by all authorities, like immigrations, coast guards, all the country authorities, they are in agreement with this. But when you start to go into different procedure, then you have to follow the other procedure. It's totally two different procedure. We cannot, as a harbor master perspective, we cannot go beyond this procedure and pay past our jurisdiction and allow this without clearance from our regulators and authorities.
And will that be immigration?
it's part of it. Immigration, FTAs, and Coast Guard, everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, because he has to get clearance from all these
Authorities.
Authorities, yes. It's not only one part, it's so many parts. And the procedure is so long. Normally agents are
Responsible.
responsible. They do these procedures, but for our, from our side as harbor masters, we cannot enforce
Interfere.
interfere in this.
True. Zarir, you can share this with them. Yes, please, because they can't hear on YouTube.
Thank you very much, Andy and Jasmine, for mentioning. Andy, we spoke about circumstances on one of the cases where you boarded, and talking about victims of circumstances. We as surveyors who understand claims and probably are the first respondent when something goes wrong on ships, see a lot of anxiety, which is understandable when things go wrong, injuries, cargo gets contaminated, spoiled, burnt. But when we meet the seafarers, starting from the top downwards, we see one general trend, and that's what I want to emphasize: circumstances. The industry has built barriers like the manning agent, the technical manager, the charterer, and then the owner who perhaps never talks to the ship owner, but owns the asset and ultimately is responsible. Now, you know it, and I know what we're talking about. The first person who the master or chief engineer or any crew member approaches in terms of distress is his employer, and rightly so. Desmond, who was on board, was mentioning fleet management a number of times. He might be working on a Tristar ship today, but he might be on another owner's vessel, another fleet of vessels owned or managed by fleet management. And here's the problem, where he's not necessarily loyal to the asset owner. Neither is the asset owner responsible for his well-being directly. Charterer, he employs the ship and its crew. He doesn't really have the heart directly pointing towards the owner or the ship's crew. Now, here's the problem. These are the circumstances which the industry has built. So unless we tie up all of them and all of them are on board talking about the well-being, starting first and foremost from the superintendent of the vessel, who acts as the biggest wall between him and those ears who really care and hear about him. I mean, a case comes to mind where 5 deaths on board. I gave the phone to the master as soon as I boarded to call his family and tell him everything is well. He takes my phone, dials his superintendent first before calling his wife to tell her that he's all right. Something like that happened with you. The superintendent or the manning agent's representative acts as a shield between the person who cares or wants to give help, the lawyers who want to come on board, and the person himself. He wants to talk, he wants to come in front and speak, but there are barriers. So these circumstances have been enhanced in my view and our experience when we've boarded in the last year and a half, where the superintendents working from home have become more in control of the ships than the master himself. So my call is, and where can we start from, giving the con back to the master, like it used to be probably 5 or 6 decades ago, where probably Morse codes were still running the communications between office and the ship. And the master had, his pair with him to do what he wanted to do. He was in charge of the vessel. And I think that's where we should start on. We've talked about the consequences enough, but the cause consideration of where it's all getting worked up and the stress coming from, I feel that we should be speaking on those aspects and how can we give the con back to the master. Any comments on these? Thank you.
Thank you, Saria. to be honest, I'm not sure that the master actually want that, because in recent years with criminal liability of the master, the responsibility a master has, you have, if I ever manage to go on board, but it's literally impossible because the ship is here now for what, 8 hours? In that time, the amount of admin the master has to deal with, that's not a seafarer anymore, as in the seafarer we know. That is now admin. And again, in my opinion, the less responsibility the master has, the better for him or her. Because the worst for me is the criminal liability of the master. In the UAE as well, whatever we have, the police is getting involved by procedures, the police is arresting the master. No questions asked, the master is arrested. So of course, at that point, no superintendent can help. But if, I don't know, it would be interesting to hear from a seafaring master who might be here or might be listening online, if the master actually wants that, because I find it, I understand where the laws and regulations come from, but I think it's going in the wrong direction to blame the master for everything.
See, eventually the master is responsible for the vessel in every respect. And that's the law that has been followed for years to come, for ever since actually. So how the master is going to delegate and how he's asking for his assistance is what really matters, and how the company, the management company is actually asking, or how the management company regulates its own superintendents, and that it all depends over there. If he's getting, it also depends upon the relationship between the master and the superintendent as to how much assistance he's getting from the superintendent. And if he's not getting the assistance, then he has to ask for he's got to go one step higher and ask for the assistance. So the master does not have to have to do everything himself. He needs to delegate a lot of his jobs as well. And that's one of the most important parts as to where he's getting the assistance from.
As I said right at the beginning, I'm not a mariner, but I think I read a book a couple of years ago by a guy called Matthew Syed, all about black box thinking. And it seems to me in the center of that storm, the last thing people were thinking about was, how do we learn from this? What they were thinking about was, it's somebody's fault and we need to point the finger at that person, rather than having a culture where we said, okay, this happened. Why did it happen and how did it happen? Because I learned a lot about the fact that the master was supposedly in charge. There's no way he was telling that pilot to slow down, because that doesn't happen. So therefore, who's actually in charge, and how are we going to learn? How are we going to have some black box thinking approach where we learn from things that go wrong, which would probably take us back to that first session with Graham.
Hi, Cerian. I agree with you that in the old decades, what I heard that the ship owner, the person she will have dinner with the master before the ship's sails, or after the ship arrives, and or after it arrives, and I think the distancing, the relationship is because of the commercial and legal development. I mean, the manning companies, as you said, the ship management companies. So, I mean, we don't have that relationship that we have seen, or maybe other people have seen in the old decades. And I think the downside of it as well is that the master doesn't feel that he has the authority on the ship. And this also will not help when the police comes in or the investigations start, because he doesn't think that he has the authority. But if you're asking about the how resolve these issues, I think it does something, it does nothing, sorry, to do with these agreements and these arrangements, because it has been done and actually being done for the purpose of the commercial relationships and to determine liability. So it was for more the developing the practice of the exploitation of ships. So I don't have a real suggestion about it, but I agree with your point of view on that. Yeah.
Is this somebody wanted to ask a question? Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. Richard Strube from HFW. Question for Jasmine and Mohammed. Apologies to the room for what is a bit of a dry legal question, but it kind of leads into the point Jasmine was making about how quickly a seafarer can get his money after the sale of the vessel, the 3-year period. So the cabinet resolution is obviously a very welcome development in that it brings forward the date at which the vessel is sold, and then it's turned into cash that can then be distributed. So in terms of that distribution of proceeds, is that dealt with via the committee, the 5-person committee, or is it dealt with via the court? Because if it's dealt with via the court, do we run into the same problems of powers of attorney, having to prove the claim, run a substantive claim for 1.5 years? Or is the whole process short-circuited?
Oh, Richard, good question. Sorry, I just need to take the mic because there was the discussion this morning. We had, as I said, we had the Harbor Master meeting, the FTA, FMA was there, and I was supposed to give a speech, but I just had 1 million of questions and we're waiting for the answer, how it will work in practice. And one is, I think you need to split. They're doing it quite smart. If we talk about an arrested vessel, we have the court involved. So on that point, the committee will make a recommendation to the court. So we don't need to apply. We as parties, we do not need to apply for a court sale. They will make a recommendation. Then now's the interesting part. The court is literally setting the arrest aside so it can be sold. But exactly, if you're now looking at, so there's obviously the port wants port fees. The seafarers, the agent will have some claims. There might be a maritime lien somewhere. There might be all of a sudden a mortgage comes out, what nobody was aware about. Now we have a scrap value of $5 million, but we have an $8 million claim. Who is apportioning? Who is apportioning? The committee is technically skilled people from the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Environment, local authority, local port authority, but who will do the apportionment? So there's again, who will, if it comes to the public auction, who is establishing the value of that vessel? Where we were told if the vessel is in the jurisdiction of Sharjah, it will be the court expert from Sharjah court together with the judge. That a judge in Sharjah, no offense to Sharjah, but that a judge is all of a sudden an expert and can evaluate the vessel is beyond me. On that point, honestly, that's why I'm saying this is work in progress. I am amazed that the first 3 cases have been pushed through. I asked for the auction. They said the auction is literally happening tomorrow. It seems like they're even establishing their own auctioning platform, because with Emirates auction, that would not work. There seems to be a law on that is coming out. I don't think this week because they're all at the IMO. I think it's coming out next week. But the apportionment, who will do that, or whether we get an independent adjuster involved, I don't know yet. Honestly, it's a work in progress. I don't know.
I agree with Jasmine that this is not something clear in the resolution, but as matter stands, I think it will be through the court. The committee cannot distribute the proceeds, and actually there are a lot of legal implications and priority rights and liens, as also Jasmine just mentioned. So actually the purpose of this resolution is to expedite the sale rather than expedite the enforcement of the crew rights against the proceeds. It will still take time, but before the resolution, they have to wait to get the judgment, and the judgment was the only instrument to sell the ship, and then after the auctioning the ship, then would be the distribution of the sale. Now, this resolution actually saved the time of that they need to get the judgment first before the ship is sold, and this will help in the repatriation, because the crew will be repatriated earlier than before, because in the past, before this resolution, they have to wait until the judgment is issued, until the ship is sold, and then when the ship is sold, this is the only moment where they can be repatriated. But now, after the expedited sale, they can be repatriated immediately. So again, it helps more with the repatriation rather than the enforcement of their rights.
It does mean they can be repatriated earlier, yes. But of course, many of you will have followed the case of the Shaun 1 in Bahrain, where the crew were repatriated very quickly. And then when the court had decided on which creditors got what, the port authority got 90% of what they are owed.
Various other creditors got 90% of what they were owed, and the seafarers who were claiming, I think, $180,000 were told, here's $24,000, that's all that's left. And so that's the sort of, I think it's a good question, Richard, as to what happens in the end, because persuading the seafarers to repatriate without any money, when they know the stories that are being told or their experiences, well, sometimes that happens and you still end up with nothing. So I think it's an important thing to keep pushing the authorities on. How do we ensure the detail ensures that seafarers are given a priority over some of the creditors? I would say that I'm mission to seafarers.
Yes, of course. Captain Mohammed, have you had any experiences with crew having to approach you for issues related to their well-being?
Well, I had few cases where few cases where the ship have been arrested and the crew on board has not been paid. So for me, it was a liability. As a harbor master, I need to look after the environment and the people, especially on severe weather. Those crew won't be any helpful for me. I do care about them, and I do inform the authorities that I communicate with, that those people need to be looking after, but I'm like captive, I cannot. So as a harbor master, my concern is the safety. In case of severe weather, those people will be in danger. And also the harbor that I'm looking after also will be in danger, because it might loosen the line and hit other vessels and might get somebody killed or something. So it is a worry for me. So it's not only because of humanity side, but also from safety side. It's both. So I have to convey their message to the concerned people. This is what all I can do. But in order to do, again, I have my own jurisdiction. I cannot go beyond.
Yeah. We have a question from Rahul, who's online, and he asks, is PNI cover verified by port authorities?
Again, the new law says specifically that both the port authority and the agent has the right to look at the validity of the insurance certificate. At the moment, normally, the documents are by ETA, documents are set in, the control tower is checking. What I wonder, if you have a situation that you have a valid insurance certificate, but let's say it's from an Iranian insurance, where if there is any claim, even if the Iranian insurance would want to pay, they can't, because it's not possible, because the account's sit in Iran. Is that now a valid insurance policy or not? We have a matter where I'm saying we're stuck a little here, because vessels from Iran, they cannot get insurance anywhere else, but you get an Iranian insurance cover. It's no good for me. There is no, in my opinion, it's not a valid insurance, because I have no protection if there is anything. But to answer yes, the ports, they are checking. And we have very different levels. We have a lot of ports in one country with a sea, with a long shore. So we have a lot of ports. We have ports, they are very strict. They're insisting on it has to be IG. It can only be IG clubs. Others were saying non-IG is fine as well, but unfortunately there's no united stance on that.
So it's like that whitelist, blacklist, and grey list.
Yeah, for me, I'm a bit different, because for me it's a non-IG. It's not grey or blacklist. A non-IG can be excellent. So I know of non-IG, they are A rated in the ranking. I know IG clubs who are B rated. So again, I see that slightly different than certain harbor masters where we disagree on that side. But yes, and I think as well, the new law specifically saying they need to have insurance cover, and that is more and more followed up. And we had a number of cases where the FMA was fantastic, because they insisted with the insurance. The vessel was arrested, crew wasn't paid. The arrest, you know how long it takes. The 4 months the insurance has to cover, that was gone very fast. And the FMA insisted that the insurance company continues to pay the crew. and all the provisions, not just the wages.
Rahul, I hope that answered your question. Anybody here who has, yes, sir. Can you identify yourself and either ask your question or comment? Yeah, please do wait for the mic because then they can't hear you online.
Thank you very much. I'm Harish Singh, I work for Shell. I had a question for Jasmine and Captain Kausar. So in today's time, I see there are a large variety, of ships which are available, also owners who are there. Most of them are in compliance, but that people are still using the loophole, where you still see that ships passing through that loophole are still very large, and we can see it from the examples you've given us. So I wanted to understand, we've got the ITF agreements, we've got the HiLo, MLC's certification in place. And I like the question Rahul asked. I know of ports where they are verifying the insurance cover, which is there, but you highlighted the practicalities of it, Jasmine. Now, I want to understand what does the flag do or flag state do, where you are seeing a rise in cases like this, where people are trying to exploit the flag in utilizing that loophole or getting the laws. I know it is a hard work, but it's a slow process because we've got it over here in UAE or anywhere else in a location, but they'll find another fertile ground to start exploiting it. So I wanted to know what's the best way forward, because we've got these conventions which are already in place, and we've got a good relation, I understand, which the flag has with the owner. So how can we actually clamp it down a little in a better way? So is it just local regulations or getting those resolution or laws, which I know it'll benefit the area where the vessel calls, but is that the best way to clamp down on something like this? I just wanted to get your view from flag point of view. And Jasmine, what do you think of clamping down on this?
See, as far as the PNI club covers are concerned, every flag has its minimum standards. In the Marshall Islands, we have a standard which is fairly high, and each PNI club, it has to be either an IG or affiliated, or any other PNI club which has reinsurance in the IG clubs. So that is the standard one has to maintain. There would be other clubs which are not really affiliated, and like Jasmine said, they would be pretty good. But till they don't meet the standards, we're not able to actually put them into our system or allow those insurances. We've had instances where we've actually rejected and requested the owners to come back with different PNI club covers, where we know enforceability is possible.
I like your question. I like your question because I was wondering, we had discussions. Captain Amajit cares. I know he's working very hard on that as well. We had discussions where I thought, hold on, the UAE is asking me to pay salaries via WPS for every non-UAE. We don't pay directly to our staff. We pay to the government pays to our staff. Why? To make sure we pay on time and people get their salary on time. I do not pay on time. My license is blacklisted. I can't do anything anymore. That helps a lot. It's a lot of admin work, but it helps a lot. I personally, I would like to suggest that the crew need to be paid via the flags. So the flag get a very active stand. Flag would of course scream. There's a lot of admin work there, but it would help, because I don't understand why it's absolutely normal that crew is not paid for 2 months or always paid with a 2 months delay. That's normal standard. And I don't understand what makes that normal standard. And there's nothing crew can do about it because they're stuck somewhere outside. Again, as I said, just arresting the vessel, or they need to somehow be lucky and have a proper SIM card and be able to call international press, or the Mission for Seafarers to try to put, why, if I'm not getting paid, I'm not asked to use who to sign up in press and saying, please help me. Why are seafarers always put to these drastic measures? So for their flags, I do think flags are cleaning up, because again, what you were just saying, for flags, it's very important to be whitelisted and there to say, I want to have good tonnage. Otherwise I cannot grow. I need to have good tonnage. I need to I need to merge out. Like again, today, the Federal Maritime Authority, they reported that we had 17 accidents last year. I was amazed. 17 does not sound much for me, really. It's very good. I said to him, that is much less than what I've seen in recent years. And he said, yes, Jasmine, if your neighbor improves his house, you improve your house, the neighborhood is getting better. And that's what is happening. That's what is happening with IMO, with certain regulations, with local regulations. We are trying more and more to phase out substandard ship owners. They're still there, but compared to 20 years ago, it's much less, isn't it? It's still some work. And yes, they can slip. There's loopholes all over. I fully agree with you. It's still a work in progress.
See, as far as payment of salaries is concerned, I can only speak for the Marshall Island Registry. So far, I mean, whatever cases that I've handled over here, we've had 100% success in those. There are a couple of cases which are still ongoing, which we know, which I'm pretty confident will culminate in favor of us. But there are certain actions which the flag states also take. I mean, there are times when we have to ask the crew, like you said, the crew to invoke the P&I, or we have been able to, in many cases, we even contact the mortgages to take action, because it's eventually, if the mortgages they're mortgaging the vessel, that in a way sort of owning the vessel. So if the owner goes bankrupt, then obviously it's the mortgagee who's left to fend or pay for everything or look after the vessel as an owner of the vessel. So there are certain actions which we have taken, and we've enforced them pretty well. And where we find that the actions are getting delayed time and again, we are actually physically monitoring them. We're meeting with them, we're monitoring them, and getting information from them on a regular basis.
Fazal, before Chief Engineer, looks like Uday or Vijay asked this question, and he's been waiting for a while. Do ports record owners, and you were talking about blacklisting and good tonnage. So do ports record owners who default on standards? So do ports record owners who default on standards? And probably when we're talking about standards, it's to do with it's typically violating seafarers' rights and well-being.
Well, they do report, but the issue sometimes the owner change company's name and company's license, different ship company names. So you don't know who's behind this. Sometimes there's mother company and like daughter's company. So they act on behalf of the owner, and then you don't know exactly who's the owner. So even if you record, you can record the vessel itself, but you cannot record. I think it's very complicated to from my perspective, to do this all recording. I think it's like impossible.
I think the Maritime Authority does. We were told today that the new committee will have a file for each vessel, for each ship owner, for each vessel. We had situations where not just a vessel, the vessels of that specific ship owner were blacklisted in all GCC within 2 hours. The harbor masters work very well together within the GCC, I have to say. We had another issue where there was a problem in a Saudi port, and Fujairah port acted out and said nothing will happen anymore before you resolve it over there. No vessel insured with that club will enter Fujairah port before you sort it out. I find that legally a bit questionable, but again, the harbor masters work quite closely. And now, I don't know how they want to do it. In my opinion, they're understaffed, but they are saying there will be a file for each vessel violating the new resolution.
Andy.
This is just reminding me of a sort of an ongoing, not quite case that we've had going on for more than 12 months, which involves a large company from the Gulf, but not from here in the UAE, flagged from elsewhere in the GCC, 50 odd vessels, where they have been paying crew late for best part of 12 months.
but getting a crew member to want to file the case has proved almost, or so far, impossible, because the crew members are worried about all sorts of things themselves. And therefore, if I go and report it, the crew say, no, I'll report it to the harbour master in the particular place where one of these ships are. Oh, the crew haven't said anything to us. I'll check with the crew. And then the crew say, no, everything's okay. They must have misunderstood. So, I would say to seafarers who are watching online, reporting and being really clear and honest with your reporting early is absolutely essential. Otherwise we end up in real mess. That's when it gets really difficult, because then suddenly you're 6 months, 9 months, 12 months not paid, and then it's hard. If you report early and honestly, we the industry just need to reassure seafarers that we will deal with it.
But wouldn't you agree that depends on the culture inculcated by the company?
It absolutely does depend on the culture inculcated by the company. And obviously, typically, I therefore am dealing with smaller companies who may well not have that culture. That is true. I have to make sure I'm not blinded by what I spend my life looking at, rather than the great stuff that's actually happening around the industry.
Although 50 ships is not a small fleet.
I'll name them after.
Right. Sorry, Fazal, all yours.
Yeah, my non-legal understanding is that this is for the lawyers. If a company in the UAE goes into liquidation, the first priority is the salaries and the accrued benefits, and then all the other liabilities are done. Why is it any different for seafarers or when the vessel is arrested? Andy was saying that $24,000 was left after $180,000 or whatever, 1.8 million was due. Why is there a different law for an arrested vessel, which is the same as liquidation? And if on the onshore side, employee benefits are first in terms of retirement of liabilities, why is it not the same for seafarers?
That's not, no, I know, Mohammed, you want to say something as well. It's not. In that case, in Bahrain, the judge has not applied the law properly. We have maritime liens. You can see very clearly what comes first. There's always, yes, port dues are very high up. Salary, wages are very high up. Then it's, of course, if you have a lien, a mortgage is there's a lien registered, but there's a very clear line. And normally it's an apportionment. We see exactly which claims are there, how much money is there, and then a court should, or the court expert should apportion who gets what. But we have it more or less, we have it quite often, because again, there is a DP World there. Yes, that's very influential. So all of a sudden, DP World got fully paid and everybody else is looking at nothing. What is there to gain anymore? That is, but it's not the law. It's just how we apply the law.
Yeah. I mean, the distribution of seal of a ship will be different than the other assets of the company. So it has special regime, which is under the maritime law. So it's like categories. The first category is the port, but also there are many other categories in that one, many other items. So every creditor will find that they are coming in this category, but the crew wages come after the first category. Maybe in some jurisdictions, the court will not apply the law properly, but what we see practically, their wages will come after the port fees. This is the main difference between the maritime law and the company's law.
Mohammed, thank you. Captain Mohammed, thank you. Amarjit, thank you. Andy, thank you. Yasmin, thank you very much. A round of applause for this panel, please. We will now take a long-awaited 15-minute break. Should we keep 15 as 15? Less. 10? 10, yeah. So we're going to cut down by 33%. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us in 10 clock minutes. Thank you. You got to just say it.
A fully integrated energy logistics provider that offers fuel supply chain solutions to the downstream petroleum industry. Tristar was established in 1998 in the UAE and has since grown to be a partner of choice for a host of national and international oil companies and NGOs for humanitarian and peacekeeping missions, with operations in 21 countries across the GCC, Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and the Americas. Our load port to discharge port model provides our customers a one-stop fuel logistics solution. This is done through our integrated capabilities in fuel storage, ocean, coastal and river transport, and first mile and last mile delivery capability, with our fleet of all-terrain trucking assets. With a fleet of 35 ocean-going tankers and coastal vessels, Tristar is one of the leading privately owned maritime fleet operator in the Middle East. Tristar owns and operates one of the largest fuel storage facilities in the Pacific, with a 4.2 million barrel fuel farm in Guam. We also own and operate facilities in Haiti, USA, Africa, and the UAE. We own and operate more than 2,000 trucks to complement our first mile and last mile delivery capability. We are proud to have clocked more than 300 million kilometers without a single fatality. Our commercial fuels business was established for the storage, supply, and distribution of fuels to international airlines and commercial customers. Tristar's remote fuels operations offer critical logistics for ground and aviation fuels to remote locations. Our highly competent workforce ensure an uninterrupted supply of fuel to peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. Our warehousing facilities are designed, built and operated to the highest international health and safety standards, and operations are carried out using state-of-the-art technology. At Tristar, we implement stringent safety guidelines and best practices to the highest international standards. We have a zero-tolerance policy on safety breaches and a strong commitment to excel in driving safety in operations at all levels. Tristar is built on the foundation of being a business for purpose and continually contributes towards initiatives aimed at environmental protection and betterment of communities where we operate by providing access to education, clean water, and health services. We are a strong advocate and support the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals through the implementation of various sustainable initiatives. We have signed the UN's Women's Empowerment Principles in 2019 and are also a member of the UN Global Compact since 2011. Tristar is and will always be a people-first company and is committed to the safety, betterment, and a brighter future for all. Tristar, a responsible and safety company in the logistics business. No single company or entity is capable of developing the breakthroughs needed to meet the world's energy and environmental challenges. That's why Tristar casts a wide net in the search for new energy transport technologies, collaborating with other organizations and innovators around the world.
Good transport networks and smooth supply chains are vital to keep the world moving and for our communities and economies to prosper. Tristar is already a pioneer of using the tier system in the region. We look forward to continue working with Tristar to bring safer, greener, and much more efficient logistics to everyone across the Middle East and beyond.
Tristar sees alternate fuels and revolutionary new technology as the way forward for the logistics industry's future for a zero-carbon and pollution-free environment.
Hello, I'm Gennady Verma, President of Atlas LTA Advanced Technology. This is a short introduction to our Atlant hybrid cargo airship. We at Atlas are pleased to work with Tristar Transport to explore how delivery of cargo and fuel to remote and challenging places can be transformed by using this new technology.
Atlant is new and different. Atlant can operate in almost all conditions, from -50 degrees to +50 degrees Celsius, and in winds up to 70 knots, and in rain, snow, or any other weather. The main purpose behind the Atlant design is to deliver cargo to difficult-to-reach areas. An example of that is the delivery of fuel into remote parts of Africa. The Atlant has onboard winches and cranes and can be loaded either using them or a ramp. The Atlant is VTOL capable. For this type of VTOL operation, 3 to 4 times more power is needed for a short period of time. Besides the main power sources, which are diesel generator sets and fuel cells, for VTOL operations we use high-capacity battery packs designed for very rapid discharge. As you can see during the vertical phase of flight, power is being put into the power distribution system from the hydrogen fuel cells, from the batteries, and from the diesel generator sets, all at the same time. However, when we transition to horizontal flight, the diesel generator sets and the hydrogen fuel cells put power into the power distribution system, and it's used by the main drive propulsors, but it also is used to charge the batteries. To ensure that the airship remains in balance during horizontal flight, we use both hydrogen to power the hydrogen fuel cells and diesel or jet fuel to power diesel generator sets. We call it the Dual Fuel Ballasting System, the DFBS. By using this combination of fuels, we keep the airship in balance because as we use hydrogen in the hydrogen fuel cells, the amount of lift reduces, concurrently with the weight of the aircraft reducing as we burn jet fuel or diesel. The footprint for each ton-kilometer is reduced by up to 70% compared to traditional cargo aeroplanes, and up to 4 times less carbon footprint compared to the most efficient helicopters in service today. These aircraft will truly revolutionize our skies. Thank you.
Welcome to Tristar, a fully integrated energy logistics provider that offers fuel supply chain solutions to the downstream petroleum industry. Tristar was established in 1998 in the UAE and has since grown to be a partner of choice for a host of national and international oil companies and NGOs for humanitarian and peacekeeping missions, with operations in 21 countries across the GCC, Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and the Americas. Our load port to discharge port model provides our customers a one-stop fuel logistics solution. This is done through our integrated capabilities in fuel storage, ocean, coastal and river transport, and first-mile and last-mile delivery capability, with our fleet of all-terrain trucking assets. With a fleet of 35 ocean-going tankers and coastal vessels, Tristar is one of the leading privately owned maritime fleet operator in the Middle East. Tristar owns and operates one of the largest fuel storage facilities in the Pacific, with a 4.2 million barrel fuel farm in Guam. We also own and operate facilities in Haiti, USA, Africa, and the UAE. We own and operate more than 2,000 trucks to complement our first mile and last mile delivery capability. We are proud to have clocked more than 300 million kilometers without a single fatality. Our commercial fuels business was established for the storage, supply, and distribution of fuels to international airlines and commercial customers. Tristar's remote fuels operations offer critical logistics for ground and aviation fuels to remote locations. Our highly competent workforce ensure an uninterrupted supply of fuel to peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. Our warehousing facilities are designed, built and operated to the highest international health and safety standards, and operations are carried out
Welcome back. Welcome back. Mr. Khanna, welcome, sir. Good to see you, Rajan. Okay. Hey? Welcome back. Welcome back. Please. Normally, I'm ringing a bell. Ting, 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 ting. Eh? Good idea. You don't disrupt a conversation, but at the same time, people understand. Shalini, good to see you. Ravi. Mr. Rao is here. Raji, we need some comments to, now we are in the India Pavilion, so you got to also exhibit what the Indian class has to say. So in fact, you're most welcome to sit in the VIP stand. All IX members have access to the front row. No, I'm just kidding, but why not? Do you know that there are 250,000 Indian seafarers out of the 1.7 million seafarers, which makes that a 15% number. So yeah. But surprisingly, that's number 3. So I believe Philippines is 1. What's number 2 then? I thought India was 2. Chinese, yeah. So we could have done this in the Philippine stand or the Chinese stand. Maybe that would be a little more appropriate. Okay, folks. Yeah, I'm sure our other colleagues will join us. So welcome back again. Let's move on to the buzzword with the industry, digital. Everything's going digital. So how can we leverage on digitalization to mitigate risk? And for that, I would ask Mr. Manit Chander, who's the CEO of HiLo Maritime, to come and brief us a little bit. And the name is very interesting, HiLo. Yeah, I used to get, as a seafarer, I would get scared because if you have a high level alarm, there's a problem. If you have a low level alarm, there's a problem. So we got to, in life, be grounded in between. All yours, sir. Press this, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, probably can hear me now.
Yeah.
So very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for coming back from your break. Clearly, you're the ones who want to spend 4:30 in the afternoon to talk about statistics and mathematics. So quite intrigued by that. In the way of introducing myself first, so when everyone sees anyone talking about data and risk and sees an Indian, assumes that I come from an IT background, but I don't. I'm an ex-seafarer. I spent nearly 2 decades sailing on ships as a captain. And the last 10 years has been in the big bad corporate world, as they call it. I joined Shell as the strategy manager, where I incubated HiLo as a project. And about 3 years back, HiLo was turned into a completely independent company. And when I say completely independent, it's completely independent, right? So my journey with HiLo, which stands for High Impact Low Frequency Events, started almost about 15 years back indirectly when I was involved in a very bad lifeboat incident. My wrist was hanging down literally off my skin. I had multiple fractures. I had to go through multiple surgeries. My friends used to call me the Iron Man because I used to let go. I used to set off the alarm bells every time I would go through the security. But when I went back home, I started talking to my seafarer friends, which all of us do. And we do what I did what everyone does, which is talking about your captains and your company. And what I realized was that incident that happened wasn't actually a freak incident. The same kind of lifeboat incidents had been happening not only for many years before, but even till to date. That is a root cause of many of those lifeboat incidents. I won't get into those details. Mind you, I'm speaking too fast because I've been told that my time has been cut to 50%. So apologies for that. If you cannot understand, please, we can talk later after the presentation. So what I realized was that one of the key fundamental issues was that the data was not being shared. And guess what? The standard word I heard, Manit, this is a maritime industry. We are reactive. And I think that's the baby's first words and in the shipping industry is we are a reactive industry. So let me just quickly jump and ask just a quick show of hands. How many of you think that these two industries that we use almost every year in different forms and shapes, what do you think? How many of you think it's a very proactive industry? Show of hands, please. Okay, let's talk about the airline. Let's talk about the airline. How many of you think that the airline industry is a very proactive industry? I can see a large number of hands up. Okay, relative, fair enough. I'll stick to one only because again, my time has been cut into half. I'll keep picking this up on you. Actually, the airline industry, if you speak to a lot of people, they'll say it's a very reactive industry. And I think almost about 60% of you raised your hands. It's a very reactive industry. You can Google this and you can actually find out even the latest incident that happened in 2009 with the Air France. There's enough of data which shows that the precursors, because of the incident, already were there. The data existed. And there's a lot of information, again, something that you can Google off or we can talk about later. It's actually a reactive industry. However, they have been taking steps in order to make it proactive. And that is coming through this system, which is called DSS. It's a fancy buzzword, which is decision support system, which is you're using a lot of data in order to make certain decisions. I'll give a simple example of DSS in our daily lives. Waze. When you are coming here or wherever you're traveling, what is Waze? Waze is a DSS where you are looking at external and internal data in order to make a decision. So in the marine industry, what does a DSS look like? I've already mentioned about internal data, and your internal data within the companies is this large amount of information on accidents, incidents, these inspections, breakdowns. And look at the external data, you start talking about AIS, public domain incident, accident, port state control, weather. And the whole idea is to merge this information in order to create a decision-making tool. Let me share an example of how decisions can go wrong if companies using their internal data and in silos. So for example, you have various data owners within the company. Your operations team is generating the data, technical team, the assurance or the vetting team, the HSE team is generating a lot of data. But if you ask any ship operator, how do you decide where do you want to focus on safety? The standard answer, and believe me, I've spoken to nearly 100 companies, 99.9% times the answer is, we look at our incident management system, we look at all our accidents, incidents, and near misses, and we take an action. So if I look at this example above, if in a company, steering gear failures is something that has been happening quite often, a company will take an action in order to stop it. However, I'm sure you will agree that if the passage planning is not being done properly, it's also a leading indicator of a very high impact event. That data will never make it to the incident management system. And guess why? Because you're expecting a seafarer to raise his hand and say, I'm not doing this job well. So where does that data come? It comes in your inspections and audits. So what generally happens is companies look at these data as in isolation and take their decisions and plan their campaigns or whatever they want to do in isolation. Whereas the magic recipe is combining all the data together and doing something about it to create a decision support system. So who is HiLo? So we currently cater to 4 ship types. We cater to tankers, bulk carriers, offshore support vessels, and containers. We get data from about 4,000 ships, and we have nearing about 60 companies that subscribe to HiLo. We get about 300,000 events per annum. So these events, mind you, this is not the IoT events or directly from these are qualitative events, near misses, incidents, accidents. So we have developed that trust. So when people talk about, oh, this industry does not like to share data, I'm probably the only one in the marine industry who will stand up and say, that is not true. Companies are willing to share data as long as you can build trust. And I'm extremely, probably my emotions can show, I'm extremely proud of the fact that we have developed that trust across those 60 companies, and they do share this data to us completely. As a team, we are made up of maritime professionals. I'm sure if you're giving any information out as sailors, if you don't have sailors on the other side, they don't believe what analysis is being shared with them. So we do have a team of HSC professionals. In terms of managing the model, we have our resident nerds who are a lot of scientists who develop the model. And in terms of getting the output out to you, we have a technology platform which we use. The data is completely secure. As I said, trust is the fundamental principle that we believe in. It's restricted. Even half of the team within HiLo doesn't have access to it. I'll be honest, if you ask me the question, what all is happening in the industry, I may not be able to answer it very well because the maritime professionals have a better answer for that. And the entire output is anonymized. So how do we solve the challenge? We aggregate all the data, we standardize it, and then we highlight the key risk areas using statistics. I'm going to apologize for this slide. It's a little bit of a mathematical slide, but I want to give you a simple example of how statistics can be used in decision-making. If I take a marine example, one of my worries is there's so many ex-sailors in the room, we'll be probably arguing and discussing it. So I'm going to take a daily life example. We all have a switchboard in our house, right? Imagine one of your breaker trips twice and the second breaker trips 10 times. And you can change only one breaker. Which one would you change?
10.
10. And believe me, it's not a trick question. 99.9%, that's the answer. Additional piece of information. You're in Dubai, it's hot. I've just come from London, so for me, it's hot. Your air conditioning is on the one that has tripped twice, and your living room lights are on the one that tripped 10 times.
2.
Yeah, air conditioning, absolutely. So if I was in the UK, I would say my heater is on twice. So obviously, standard answer, 2. What have you just done?
Prioritized.
Spot on. What you just did was, mentally, you've done this math. You all are very intelligent people. I'm 100% sure this is exact maths that you did in your head. You said the risk is a product of frequency, severity, and probability. There is a frequency involved. So you said, definitely we'll have to consider these two. You said probability, probably the same because the breakers look the same. But just because of severity, you shifted your focus. Simple. I'm sure you all will agree. What if you're living in a cheap apartment like I live in, and this goes wrong. Now where will you focus? Well said. Well said. But the fact is, you can say, give me all the equipment on the top and I'll prioritize it for you. The answer is, even if there are 10 of here, there's nearly a couple of thousand permutations and combinations. All of us in this room will never prioritize it in the same way. We will prioritize it based on our own experiences. If I was a managing director of a shipping company, I can tell you the one thing that will be safe on all my ships is the lifeboats. But that may not be the highest risk. So you need these kind of decision support systems which are that take away the subjectivity, make the entire decision-making objective, and is using statistics in order to avoid that one-man error that we at sea always talk about. This is just an example of what HiLo does. So for example, this is just, by the way, made up company. We can tell a company under the analytics, and they can make a decision that's saying, okay, your highest risk is a collision with a vessel less than 50 meters. And that's based on the amount of data. So mind you, I forgot to mention, what data do we get? So our data is 3 buckets. The first bucket is all the data related to the incident management system. So everything, your standard incidents, accidents, near misses, unsafe acts, behavioral-based safety. There are about 250 different genres in that. So everything that comes to us. The second is all the data which is to do with inspections, internal, external, any kind of inspections. Everything comes to us. And the third bucket is all the machinery breakdown. And by sniffing through the entire data set, we're able to prioritize it for the company and say, these are your top 3 risks. And there's another 27 of them down below, because this is a screenshot. And we're able to tell them which are the contributing factors and which is the data behind it. So that gets into the big data world. The second way of prioritization for the companies is based on benchmarking. They can benchmark themselves against the rest of the HiLo fleet, which is the 4,000 vessels, or depends. If it's in tankers, we get about 2,000 plus tankers data. So they can benchmark them against that and they can make a decision. Or it could be based on trending. So which risk is going down or which risk is going up, you can prioritize based on that. To finish off, in this new age of seafarers that come across, I mean, I'm sure many of you have kids who are probably in their teens. You can imagine how digitally savvy they are. So as these young seafarers come in who are more digitally savvy, with the ships becoming more and more technology, the technology enhancements within these ships is definitely increasing. Coupled with increased amount of data that is being generated, coupled with the number of seafarers going down on the ships, the only way we can solve this problem of ensuring that our ships and our seafarers, ships are safe and our seafarers go back home alive, is by ensuring that we provide them this kind of decision or any kind of decision support systems in order to improve their decision making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manit. Please. We're going to have a presentation from Mr. Joy Basu. Oh, there you are, sir. Joy is the Maritime Digital Transformation Specialist at SmartShip. Welcome, Joy. All yours.
So good evening, good afternoon once again. And a little change over here. I'm just not from SmartShip. I'm representing IR class as well today. So the project that we're doing with Tristar is actually a collaboration, strategic collaboration between Indian Register of Shipping and SmartShip together. We call it IRS SmartShip. And that's exactly what I'm going to talk about in next about 10 minutes, maybe 8.5, 9 minutes, 7, right? So I don't want to forget some of the things that I've been told that I must cover. So I'll have my note over here. So Tristar has embarked upon the digital journey, and it's very recent that has started off with a very specific focus on vessel and fleet management, completely remote. And the focus furthermore is on machinery performance. It's on safety, reliability. And when we talk about asset reliability, and that is where digital systems are coming on pronounced. And some of it has been covered by some of the speakers a little while before. So RS Smart Ship, in fact, last night in Rotterdam, we did part of the installation, and some of it, time permitting, I would like to show all of you. It's interesting, gives a lot more insights than what many people would be comfortable with, but it is definitely the way forward for the maritime industry in terms of all the discussions we have had so far. So we bring information data from the bridge navigation, GPS, gyro, echo sounder, EGDIS, VDR, all of it live. We also get from your main engine auxiliary, DG, cargo, fuel pumps, incinerators, scrubbers, if you have. So what we are talking and what we are seeing a scenario is information remotely being managed and using which you are having much more arsenal at hand to control the entire operations for your vessel as well as the fleet. So that's exactly what we will look on for next couple of slides. Sorry. That's the introduction side. So let me just skip through it. So the core purpose for having this digital platform is to arrive at a position where we are actually diagnosing problems, where we are able to have machinery condition and health monitoring done, where we are able to actually know some of the parameters of the entire vessel's function much before that one would imagine, and to arrest any incidences from happening. And that is exactly where digital systems are very pronounced now. We have talked about airline logistics. We've talked not so much about road logistics, but I would rank airline logistics followed by road and followed by maritime logistics. Unfortunately, maritime is the largest, like one of the speakers and Mr. Eugene also mentioned, more than 80% of the global trade happening, but unfortunately, it's not yet at the level that we would want it to be. But last 1.5 years, from my own personal experience, I have seen from a vessel owner or a manager or a charter party, 3 of them are our customers, taking time from 5 months down to now like about 20 days to decide to put these systems on their vessel. So that's the transformation we have seen in last 1.5 years. So I would limit this session of mine very specific to what we are going to do at Tristar. Some of it we will also would like to demonstrate so that you have a very clear perspective of where, as an organization, as a group, we are progressing. So I'm told one of the KPIs that has been given to the team is 0 off-hire. I find it it's a tall order, but with digital systems in place, with failure modes, failures are going to happen. But once we have digital systems, we know why, when, ambient conditions, and at what point of time exactly what happened, and hence diagnose. That's exactly where digital systems are playing. They are not directly averting a catastrophe from happening, but next time something like that happens, there is a very strong chance that you will get alerted much before. And that's what we are doing for our customers. That's exactly where Tristar is headed towards. So apart from the machinery condition and health that we are saying, Tristar as a growing organization today, 21 plus vessels, soon I believe it's going to touch 50. The digital maturity in this organization is going to be soon very similar to what very large organizations with 200 plus vessels are displaying today. That's one of the areas we are working towards as a team with Tristar's technical head and the entire team and us when we collaborate as RS Smart Ship Digital. Here is something which I would imagine very close to, sir, to you. Also, how a digital platform can be expanded not only for machinery and health condition, but also cruise health. So this is where you're seeing a scenario where we have smart sensors put in a small suitcase in the vessel, which can help all kind of health KPIs, more than 80 tests, right from blood pressures to your echocardiogram, EEG, your your urine tests, blood tests, you name it, ophthalmologic tests, all of it can be done on the vessel itself. And all that data gets collated on the cloud with crew information. For example, you see an X-ray of the crew. So that's exactly existing with the doctors or the hospitals or on the shore team. So here you have a condition where anything that is potentially going wrong with the crew in terms of health, in terms of any kind of inherent conditions, and all of it put together is actually averting a major disaster that could have happened. Must add, what we are doing over here is not something new. Telemedicine has been happening for more than a decade. So many African towns and hinterlands and villages have been leveraging the power of technology, and doctors from India are supporting them. We are doing just the same. We are using the VSAT network in the vessel. We have the smart sensors that you see in the hospitals, just that they have been made a miniaturized, and these things come from General Electric, Samsung, they're all calibrated. So you have the same health parameter that you would actually get once you land up inside the hospital. So you can avert all those expenses and you actually have a healthier crew. And once the crew knows about this and their family members know about it, the master knows about it, the show staff, that I have a crew that has been taken care of in some matter at least. So next couple of slides are actually some of the use cases, which is what most of our customers are very insistent on. They really want to know predictive diagnostic. They want to know at what point of condition of the machinery should I be looking into a planned maintenance. Instead of by running hours, I want to see the exact condition and then decide. So not only are they saving costs, they are actually arresting problems from happening. So on one hand, we are saving money for our customers. On the other hand, we are giving them predictability. On the third, you have much more reliability of the entire asset. An asset being, in this case, the vessel, the cargo, and crew, one of the most important assets in this. So some of these are examples which is better seen than spoken, but these are from the live systems, and I'm just sniffing through this, and I would be requesting just about another 2 slides down to give you a quick demonstration of that so that I'm within 10 minutes. So whether it is the liner or it is the lube injection, whether it is the ME bearing, wear and tear, all of it we are getting remotely sitting in the office, and the shores team is actually reconfirming back with the crew. And it's a great mechanism where we are keeping the entire vessel and the trade healthy and much more agile. Here is one particular slide I'm particularly or personally very proud of. Creation of a data center. We all spoke about data. Manit spoke about it. Some of the other speakers mentioned about it, but this is already happening. Japanese have led the way. They have created a consortium of 5 vessel owners put together. Data is being shared among themselves. Koreans have followed. The only thing is there are thought leadership coming from rest of the world. So what we have proposed is, why not Tristar takes that leadership position in GCC to create a maritime data center. And this is going to ensure, this is disruptive. This is very similar to how Lufthansa would share its code sharing with Delta to ensure your seat sharing is happening, the route sharing is happening, your maintenance records are shared with the other flight owners as well. So once you are doing this, and I can actually let you know, negotiating your procurement and purchase for 50 vessels vis-a-vis a consortium of 5 companies with 800 vessels, it's a huge difference it is bringing on when you are having a data sharing agreement. That's exactly is happening. And we would really urge, and this suggestion has been taken up by the Tristar leadership quite a bit, and they're positive. And we would like to actually talk more about it, give some instances and examples, but maybe later. At this moment, no. If I may request, can we run the video that I had shared this moment? Ali.
Ali.
Sorry. Yes, so this is the vessel Silver Muna. And as of last night, we were getting only the bridge and navigation data, but now we also had the machinery thing live. Another 2 days, we will have it running. So it's near Rotterdam, like I mentioned. We are continuously now live with the vessel. Going forward, I'm going to show you rest of the probably 3 minutes, another example of the vessel, which is not Silver Muna, but another one. And that will give you an idea how a live vessel is being tracked, and entire fleet is being monitored, all the alarms to your right, and the deviation from the blue line, any kind of deviation happening is also recommended, suggested, basis which the voyages are undertaken, and ETA is planned, and it has insurance and many other impacts as well. So you do see the scrolling bar is all about your consumption that you're showing live, as well as the navigation pane. A little down before, as it comes down, is your main engine exhaust gas temperature. Everything is customizable that you see, which means you should be able to do your own. Instead of exhaust gas, you want to put it something else, you would be able to do that. You can actually configure what your separate team members are looking into. The superintendent versus the fleet manager versus the fleet director, all of it. Right? So this is where the DG3 is powered on. In some cases, we are making recommendation. Why not put DG1 and 2 or DG1 and 3? So this is where the recommendation basis data is happening. I want to also give you a little quick idea. Now, this is where you are entering inside the main engine. On the left-hand side that you see all the parameters, like I mentioned before, you will be able to customize, configure to your own requirement. And all of it comes live, whether it is in 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute, depending upon your arrangement with the VSAT player. You will be having your vessels at this moment. Here is an alarm, DG loop. So I'm also going to show you how the alarm points are set and what happens when the alarms are there and what kind of escalations are taken up. If a superintendent misses out, it will go to the natural next person in the hierarchy. It can go up to the topmost level that you would want your vessel to be regulated, monitored, and managed. And that's the beauty of digital systems. That's exactly what is happening in airlines. And that's what we have learned. We want to bring all those use cases. Here is an example how the alarms are getting configured. Right? It is just not the alarms from alarm monitoring system. You can build your own alarms. You can put your own performance advisory. And we are all headed towards a highly performing vessel and the fleet, thanks to the digital platforms. It's so simple. Click of the buttons, you are actually applying your alarms in this. Multiple machinery working together can be pre-configured. 10, 20, 30, 40, all of them working together, right? And this is where machine learning is furthermore getting applied. This is just a rule engine, but it's a live example of how machine learning and artificial intelligence would work, right? This is a quick snapshot of all the machinery in the vessel that we have tapped is going to look like at any point of time, whether it is the turbocharger, your main engine fuel inlet, outlet, you name it. So there are 50, 60, 70, as many of them, your cargo, your pumps, like I mentioned before, all of it. And finally, you need to have your own analytics platform to have a historical analytics as well as projections and possibilities and exactly give you what's happening. Here is one area I would like to demonstrate how someone mentioned about how the videos are happening. So we actually, during this COVID time, leveraged videos to a large extent so that remotely, both live as well as recorded sessions. We are using it both for machinery maintenance assistance, and the same thing is being leveraged for crew health as well. The video is a video. You just use your phone. That's it. It's a mobile app in that. Right. So that was like a compilation of what the situational awareness is all about. And this is where you see the vessel performance. Your dry dock data, your plant maintenance data, your noon report, all goes inside to form the baseline. Then you have your calibrated line, which is your live data coming continuously for every vessel, ballast, laden, you name it, each of the conditions being covered in that. And that is where it gives you the kind of insights, both in just taken quick examples of propulsion consumption. So baseline versus the calibrated, red versus the green over here. With so much of data coming in, we are actually also, whether it is the EUMRV, IMO, DCS, all this reporting, the amount of time people would spend creating it, most of it is actually done automatically. Only the areas where people need to feed in data is what you get. Otherwise, rest of it comes straight from your vessel and the systems that we have in this. So that's it from my side. Thank you once again for being patient.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. Please take a seat. All right. We've been told by the Indian Pavilion that we got to wind up by 18:10 or something thereabout. So that's why the rush. Right. Right. Okay. Oh yeah. So can I now call upon, let me have our guest. Last time I missed the guest. So let's call Chief Engineer Chauhan, who's serving on the Tristar fleet. So Mr. Chauhan, welcome on board, Chief. You can take a seat, yeah, next to me. I'd also like Ian Edwards from DNV and Chris Wellsby from BV to join us, please. Welcome on board, Ian. Welcome, Chris. Yes, sir. Not much of a choice. And I will stand here. Okay, gents. We just risk management, perfect for class, yeah, managing risk. I've read that before. Anybody who's got any questions, because we're going to go through this pretty fast, please. We need questions, sharp questions, and not stories, please. So, yeah. So, sir,
Sure.
all yours.
I think my question is more to Joy. What I would like to know is, using your digital database, if my vessel has to go to the dry dock, would I be able to scope out the work for the dry dock using this platform that you have? And secondly, would it be probably we could estimate what the dry dock would cost?
That's exactly is one of the objectives. That with, just imagine a situation where we are tracking data from the vessel across all the machinery for about a period of 1 year. So the amount of intelligence that we have built, it actually gives the wear and tear of different machinery that is being tracked. And the answer is yes. Before the vessel goes on to the dry dock, in fact, even before dry dock, let me take monthly plan maintenances. Instead of going through your regular, through running hours, now people are talking class, that is where IRS and SmartShip collaborated, that can we have condition-based plan maintenance and any kind of procurement being done. And that cumulative over a period of 1, 2, 3, 4 months and 12 months leads on to the entire bill of material BOQ for the dry dock itself. So the answer is yes.
Fantastic. Sir.
So I have a question for you, Joy, as well. The system which you described, very interesting. Can it be installed on any vessel, irrespective of the age, or is there a cutoff?
So 10% of the fleet that we have installed in is about 15 years or older. And rest of the 90% are built 2008 onwards. So the vessels that would be older, it gets little expensive to actually track different machinery. And often the owners or the managers who work with us, they are doing an ROI calculation. Although my calculation would be different from theirs, I would like to show them returns over 3 quarters. They would look like 3 years. So that is something, bridging the gap, we believe will happen over a period of time, like it has happened in this COVID scenario. So the answer is yes. And both between the new vessels as well as old, most of it is possible, yes.
Well, I can imagine that there would be a sizable capex, yeah, because now you need all sensors. This is working all on sensors, and a vessel, just to go further into yours, you know, a 15-year-old vessel might not have the sensors.
Exactly.
Is it not?
That's exactly where it gets a little more expensive. Like the vessel Silver Moona we did, it took about 15 hours in Rotterdam. And a vessel which would be like another one that we are doing, it's about 2004, did not have the kind of systems that we saw. It took about more than 26 hours, but a lot more planning before that went into, which did not require for the other one. Yeah, true. Absolutely, absolutely. Why not? Sure.
We have two gentlemen from two classes. Any class-related question here? So I believe that I could have a class-related question to this. Is it class approved? Simply put.
We do have a representation from IR class over here.
Okay.
And the class approval process is underway. We believe by Jan to Feb, we are looking at the type approval of all that we are doing in that.
Okay. Because normally a plant maintenance system should be class approved, is it not? Sir, Chris.
I would say that there's a lot of ongoing works with class societies and many developers of these type of systems. But going back to the question of Mr. Eugene Main about for docking, it can give you an indication of docking length and cost, but it can't do everything. Condition of ballast tanks, condition of cargo holds, condition of steel plate thicknesses, paint coatings, anodes, all things like this. So there's still a long way to go.
Is there no dry docking module?
I want to actually address what he just mentioned. If you see the digital systems that we just demonstrated and what the marine fraternity is talking about, it has already happened in industrial automation in last 10 years. It has happened in automobile companies thoroughly everywhere in the world. In fact, if you walk into any of the assembly lines, which is where we initially worked before bringing the system to Maritime, one could go to the level of 1 mm changes that we would see in a car plate that is passing through, and it's passing through quite fast. And that is where your image recognition, which is what airports use for facial recognition in LA, is being used, especially in the automobile companies, is being now adopted in the maritime thing. So the number of use cases that you are seeing is going to continuously increase, but the trust factor from the class, from the owners, from the insurers will eventually happen, who have already rendered their trust in the other sectors.
So Mr. Basu, you're addressing the future. Let's talk about the now.
Sure.
Chief, what are the systems that you are used to right now for your maintenance? I think you got to press it for a while or something. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it will be monitored all around all the time. So I've done all kind of ships, as in the mechanical ones, and what sir is talking about, my last ship, solar series, it was just the way sir got the slides done. So it's like me monitoring on board, and now it's being monitored at the office as well. So I'll have an upper hand on all the maintenance coming, and of course, all the problems we will be facing. I know I'll obviously will be having positives out of that. And thanks to you, sir.
Ian, what is the status with Class 1 certifying machine learning and AI systems on board vessels?
Well, it's a question of what those machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence are being used for. I mean, if they're related to safety critical systems, then class needs to look at it. But we're certainly moving in that direction. We have class rules for what we call data-driven verification. So when it comes to that kind of system, we already have rules that look into then the algorithms that are used in those systems, and often those systems are self-verifying. So this is definitely something that is under development now. We have rules already started. They're typically related to DP systems, control systems, power management systems on board. So anything that's digital, yes, there is definitely a work going on by all the class to do that. And especially where it's a safety critical system, we want to look at it.
Sure. As you can imagine, all systems are rapidly developing, and I can imagine your rules also need to be keeping pace with this rapid development. So I guess your R&D guys are burning the midnight oil. Right. Would class accept reports from digital platforms in place of standard surveys and visits? Gents.
To a certain extent, we could accept, but you still could never eliminate the human, need to be there to attend. We have to make sure the crew can actually do the job that they've been assigned to do. And also we need to check the condition of the equipment. It may be running correctly, but the actual condition of itself, oily water separator, for example, maybe the hose pipes are connected with just cable ties. We have to make sure that everything is okay. So you can never remove the human intervention.
Manit, where do you
That's
see?
my personal opinion.
Yes, of course. Manit, where do you see us heading in terms of maintenance towards mitigating risk?
I think everything is interlinked.
Right.
Everything. So for me, the end is a system which shows any decision that you're making, be it, let's say you're deviating your vessel for whatever reason, you're able to see all the risks associated, which goes not only just beyond the IoT, but it's also based on data that's outside. You have so many other shipping companies that are operating in that same area. Do you bring in their experiences? So I think one of my challenges is that I see that everybody is doing, it's quite a fragmented market, I have to say. Everybody is doing it in isolation. So future for me is combining everything and looking at everything under one picture, which is adding efficiency and risk management together.
Let everybody sing from the same hymn sheet.
Absolutely.
Any questions out there? Captain Porus. And that's probably the last question we will take from this panel.
Hi, Captain Porus over here from GFS Ship Management. I just wanted to understand one thing is, will class accept the readings and accredit the machinery for the continuous survey of machineries, considering all the parameters and okay, or do they need to still survey on board physically?
Well, before, like my father says, and you have to understand the question to give the answer. So gents,
Difficult question, I think. I'm not an expert on that. Some of my colleagues sitting in the audience might be able to answer,
please.
But I think the issue with data is about the trust, because data can be manipulated, data can be inaccurate. So I think the essential part is how we verify that data is correct. And that's something we're working on, and we need to work more on, because this is about trust, right? I think it's been discussed already. That everybody, the industry, needs to have the trust in that data in order to accept it in lieu of, for example, a physical inspection or a physical survey. So yes, in theory, if there is a trust there, and if we have good systems in place to verify that data is valid. But yeah, I mean, we're doing things like we have something called Machinery Maintenance Connect, where instead of going on board to do the planned maintenance system survey, we do it on shore, and we do it in the ship manager's office for their whole fleet. So yes, I think essentially we can do that, but there needs to be systems in place to ensure that's done in a proper way.
I think also in addition, sorry, that's the class is not the experienced party. The actual equipment manufacturer is the experienced party. So if you're asking if we can accept main engine readings on a data program, we would mostly have to discuss with the main engine maker to say, is this within the parameters? So there's a lot of interaction from many parties involved.
If I may.
Yes, Mr. Basu.
I have something to offer in favor of the class, because we are going through that process. And like you mentioned, for certain type approval and for class to say that the reading and the predictability that we are getting is correct, it requires months, right? And only when you run your algorithm and actually compare it with what the algorithm said vis-a-vis what you actually saw after 6 months, with a deviation of only say 5 to 7%, the class can really at that point of time go ahead and say, this is the kind of accuracy we could reach up to. This algorithm is good. And that is one of the reasons a lot of class bodies, they're spending their time to understand even the data modeling and even the entire algorithm that needs to be set for different sets of machinery. And that's where the maker's involvement comes in, because we do it together with them.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Joy. Mr. Ali Shihab, well, you want to say something?
Thank you for bringing that up, sir. You can do with blockchain. The answer is yes. It is very difficult to bring multiple parties onto the blockchain and common contract. And that's been one of the reasons why the uptake has been slow. First of all, to bring them up to pace. But there is a faster way to do so. And this is when the data is coming from your alarm monitoring system, approved by the maker, say Kongsberg or Sire Nico or any one of them, then to dispute that information becomes very difficult, because it has been approved by the maker. Data is being seen by the vessel, and the same HMI reading is seen on the shore. So the owner is seeing it, the crew is seeing it, the manager is seeing it, the reports automatically getting generated out of it, no human intervention. The insurers, for any case of incidents, when you go to root cause analysis, so that is another way where we call it the source of truth. That was like the second slide, sorry. So the source of truth, once it is established, you can actually don't have to go through the route of blockchain. Always blockchain is really good, but it will take a couple of more years where more industries will collaborate and work with each other on that.
Which is building trust in the long run, inshallah. Mr. Ali Shihab, you had the last comment to make. Can you have the mic, please? I think you can keep trying. Yeah.
No, so thank you very much. Actually, there's a lot of development. I mean, the vision, the way forward, there's a lot of development that involves the technology and involves as well the people. And it's like this, the way I feel about it is looking at this picture, then looking at Ian's picture, then that photo, when he took it, or that snap when it was taken, he had a Chanel perfume, and then the tie would be, let's say, Christian Dior or LV, and the suit is perhaps
Gucci.
Gucci.
Is DNV.
But yeah. So therefore, it's all about profiling. That's the reason here. But that's basically the data when it comes. It should give me the same feeling. We have, you said 200 audience?
2,100 online.
Right. So for this discussion that's happening, they're seeing, they're listening, and they're perceiving, right? But they don't feel the temperature of the room, right? And they don't see other factors that you want to give them. So therefore, the future is going to develop in that manner. But then how long? Of course, it's going to need new generation, it's going to need new technology. That's what I thought.
Thank you.
To share with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali, and thank you, Chief, Mr. Chauhan. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Manit. Thank you, Joy, and thank you, Chris, for your sharing your thoughts. Yes. So, gentlemen, if you can give them a round of applause, please. Right, we're going to change tack a little bit and talk about EEXI and CII, basically the forthcoming regulations. And for that, I would call Sanjay Verma from Wartsila. He's the director for decarb solutions at Wartsila. So Sanjay has come all the way from India here, especially for this, from Singapore. Sorry, sir. All yours.
Moving? Oh,
Yep.
yeah, now it is. Yes, this last topic, last presentation for the day, and from seafarers to digital, and now we are moving towards something which is bothering us all. It's coming and there's no escape. So better to know what it is and how we can deal with it and how we can help in this climate change. So just to give a brief about Wartsila, I mean, I've been told just to keep it to one slide, so I'm keeping it to one slide. And Wartsila is in both energy and marine industry. And in the marine industry, that's where we are here. And both we are looking towards a renewable future, 100% decarbonized future. Year-wise, there was a presentation from, not from Shell, from HiLo. We are also about same year. We were established, Shell was established in 1833. We were established in 1835. So we are just as old as Shell. Now, decarbonization, seafarers, as seafarer, I'm also a seafarer. I spent 15 years at sea. And we have seen the regulations coming and how is this decarbonization different? And then we have to understand how is this emission different from others. So far, we have been focusing on NOx and SOx and particulate matters. But these are local pollutants and they are responsible for flora and fauna and other kind of acid rains in the area where they are polluted, where they are emitted. Whereas CO2 or greenhouse gases, this is a global pollutant. So it doesn't matter where do you pollute, where do you emit, it will affect globally. So this is the main difference. And if you look at up to about 2 years ago, nobody talked about decarbonization. Everybody was busy with sulfur and NOx. Those are just as important, but climate change has taken the front seat. And that is why we hear more and more. And the drivers, if we look at the drivers of decarbonization, it's us, it's people, it's not IMO. It's the people who are now understood that the climate is affecting their everyday life. And that is why they want a change. And this through UN, because IMO is a part of UN, it has come as first as an ambition level in 2018, which came from COP15. And then it was mandated that we also in the shipping industry need to do something about it. Although shipping is only responsible for 2.7 to 2.8% of the global greenhouse, but we have to do our part in shipping. We have to reduce. And that is why the EEXI and CII, what you hear about, is all coming. And the ambition level of IMO is to reduce greenhouse carbon dioxide intensity by 40% by 2030 and greenhouse gas by 50% by 2050. Now, 50% greenhouse gas reduction means about 70% carbon dioxide reduction. Because carbon dioxide is the main part of this greenhouse gas, so that's where it is. However, the world is forcing IMO to further tighten the regulation and the strategy. I mean, the way I see it, it was not decided in MEPC 77, but there was a lot of voice to have carbon neutral by 2050. So if you think that these regulations are tight and stringent, they are going to get tighter. So this is what we heard a lot about 2020 and sulfur cap, but from now on, you will hear more and more about CO2 rather than sulfur or other pollutants. And this is what is there. there's a short-term decarbonization deadline and a mid-term and a long-term strategy. The long-term strategy will be finalized in 2030. However, in 2023, they will come up with the revised ambition level of IMO, which is going to be much tighter than what it is today. So those who thought that these regulations are tough to comply, the bad news is it's only going to get worse. Now, we hear a lot about EEXI and CII, so what it is, and whether it is the ship crew who is responsible for EEDI and EEXI and CII. First, let me make a differentiation between the two. EEDI is purely a design index, and shipboard crew cannot do anything about that. It is the people sitting in the offices, the owners who have to take action and meet the EEXI for the existing ship. And if they are building new build ships, then they have to follow the EEDI for that particular year, whatever the EEDI is existing at this time. So EEXI and EEDI are the same design indices. However, EEDI is for the new build vessels, EEXI is for the existing vessels and the vessels who were built prior to EEDI being enforced in 2012. Whereas CII is the carbon intensity index, and this is an operational measure. It's an operational indices, and this is where the difference is. One is design, other one is operational, and yes, shipboard crew can contribute towards CII. How well they operate the ship will depend on how much is the emission of carbon dioxide. And both EEDI and CII, if you look at EEDI indices, it means that what is your carbon dioxide emission per ton of cargo shifted, work done. So the better is your EEDI, the lower is your EEDI, that means you have done a better job. And as you can see here, right now we are in phase 2 of EEDI, and then phase 3 of EEDI is expected to come from 2025. So that means it's going to get tighter. That means the ships are going to be more and more efficient right from the new building stage. However, this is not the only driver. Now, there are other drivers which are forcing the ship owners to go for a much better designed vessel and not just to use them as a commodity as it has been done for many years or many decades, that you go to a shipyard and say that I want a Aframax tanker or I want a Cape-size bulk carrier. Here, now they have to see that how efficient the vessel is, because otherwise that asset will be stranded in a few years down the line as the AER or the CII is getting tighter and tighter every day, every year. So what you see, Poseidon principles, is that here, many of the banks which own about, I would say, 70% of the loan or finance in the shipping industry, they are following the same indices as IMO. They want to align their lending that if you are a better ship, you can get a better finance from these banks. Right ship, your ratings are going to decide how good your ship will get a charter, whether they'll get a priority or a better charter rate will all depend on the ratings of your vessel. And these are Right Ship is the company which does the rating of the vessels. Same Sea Cargo Charter. This is a coalition of various charterers who decide whether I will give a charter to what kind of a vessel. And all of them are aligned towards the IMO targets. And they are, again, as they are aligned to IMO targets, they would be deciding that how good or bad your ship is. Now, what is EEXI? So it's, as I said, it's the formula to calculate EEXI is very similar to that of EEDI. And you can see, and for making it simple, I have used this slide but generally it has to be done, and all the class, they are providing the services of calculating and suggesting to their respective ship owners that what they should do in order to meet the EEXI, required EEXI of that particular vessel. Whereas CII, as you can see, is based on how much CO2 you emitted annually and how much of transport work was done in that particular year. And this again depends on the efficiency of the office, efficiency of your charter party, that how efficiently you have been chartering your vessel, how good your machinery is, how fuel efficient have you made it to be. So there are ways to improve your AER score. And as you can see, this is just a slide, a section of a particular vessel. So that means if your vessel today is on a rating C, it doesn't mean that it will remain rating C in the coming years. And as you can see, the slope is downwards. And if your ship doesn't improve its performance, so within a year or 2 years, it will move to another rating. And once you are into D rating, then for a couple of years, then you have to have a management plans that how you are going to bring your vessel back to C or better. So what is the path of decarbonization? And this, I would say there are 2 parts of it. One part is what you can do on ship, and what the other part is the ecosystem. However, EEXI and CII both are concerned about the ship part, but this is an overall picture of if you want to do a decarbonize the shipping industry as such or shipping ecosystem, then you cannot just look at the ship. You have to look at what is around the ship, how good the port is, how efficient the port is, logistic. Can we have a just-in-time arrival so that the waiting is not there, because a lot of emission is done while the vessel is waiting. Whether the port can provide you with electricity so that when your ship is berthed, there is no emission from the ship, because as you know, all these solar and wind power, they are coming to the shore, and the grid is getting greener every year. So if you can stop your engine and use an efficient or green electricity from shore, obviously you can contribute towards lowering the carbon footprint of that particular country or that particular region. And then when you look at the ship, then you have to look at the vessel perspective and then the fuel perspective. And when I say the vessel perspective is how good you are operating your vessel, how efficient is your voyage planning, how efficient is the usage of energy on board the ship, how you are distributing the power, and finally, how you are generating the power. Because if you look at CO2 emission, you are looking at these engines and auxiliary engines which are emitting power. So this is the vessel perspective. And when you look at the fuel perspective, then how I can use a fuel by burning of which I can reduce the CO2 emission from stack. And why I have done this, the x-axis in 2 ways, is the fuel of today or tomorrow. It will either be a liquid fuel or a gaseous fuel in these 2 states. And today, if you go for a dual fuel engine, which has the possibility to move on either pathway, will be your best choice, because right now you don't know which fuel is going to be available and available in sustainable quantity and at a sustainable price. So it's best that if you are investing in a vessel to go for a dual fuel vessel, a dual fuel engine, which can go on either pathway. Then how, and we all know that the fuel of tomorrow, whether it is ammonia or hydrogen or methanol, if it's green, it's going to cost a lot. So the best thing is to reduce your energy need, that is energy that is needed to do the same work. And in other words, to make your ship more efficient. And these are some of the things which Wartsila has, but many other companies also have it. It's just that under Wartsila umbrella, you have all these, wherein other companies have one or two of each. So you have this Energo pack, and these you can do it on your existing vessels. And that is how you can improve your EEXI and CII. And depending on the, but you know, it is the age of the vessel, how much you want to invest, how long you want to keep it. So the decision has to be made by the ship owner that how I want to be in that zone when I'm complying, and at the same time, I'm spending money which is where it is needed. So you can improve the propeller itself, the design, because when the vessel was made, maybe 15 years ago, and today the propeller designs are much more efficient. Your nozzles, your Energo flow, this is the flow. So the hydrodynamic wise, you can do a lot. Then you can do with the wind rotors. These are technologies that are coming. You can do with air lubrication. You can bring down your, but they are not everything is applicable to all kind of ships, and not even if it's applicable, it doesn't give the same benefit. So you have to see which is the thing that gives you your vessel the best efficiency. Like here, I have just given a combination on 3 different type of vessels that you can look at how much you're going to spend and how much you're going to get efficiency, so that you can look at your return of investment. And you can see it differs from ship to ship and differs that what you will select for that particular ship. So this is just an example of that. Then for a new build, you know, gone are the days when you can just connect one main engine with shaft line and a propeller. Now that is not going to be flexible enough for tomorrow. So you have to think out of the box, come out of the commodity kind of ship buying and look at what can be done so that you are flexible and your asset life can be taken much longer. This is not an artist impression. I mean, although it's a hand sketch, but it is actually a vessel on which the entire auxiliary engine power is being generated by solar panel. And this is sailing, very, very much sailing already, and it's for an Italian owner. And what you see, HY is a container in which there is batteries and all the electrical equipment which is put there, and the panels are providing the power for the auxiliary engine. So, I mean, this may look, and this can be as much as 1 megawatt on a Cape-size bulker. Then again, many of the owners are thinking that the right way to meet the EEXI requirement is just by doing a power limit. However, that is not the right approach, and maybe it may be an approach which you can take for a particular vessel which is fairly new and the EEXI gap is very small, but you certainly can't do and reduce your speed in such a way that your vessel becomes not attractive to the charterers. You can still, and moreover, EPL, you have to remember that EPL by itself does not give you any benefit in CII. So make sure when you are thinking about complying, because it's a one-time exercise and it's the limit that you put there is a fixed limit. So you be very careful when you are choosing the right way to comply with your EEXI requirement. It may be a better idea to do a little bit of EPL and put some energy saving devices, or don't put any EPL and do your energy saving devices, because many of the trades you would see that your average demand speed may be 12 knots, but you have to do 13 knots or 13.5 knots or 12.5 knots to meet the port. And that is not an emergency. You cannot kind of exceed your EPL to do that. So there is no single solution. Solution needs to be on a vessel level and several factors like age.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I mean, I have to go on the fuel options as well.
Why not we discuss the fuel option in the panel discussion? Or
Okay,
briefly go through.
Okay, so basically these are the 4 fuels which are being considered as fuel of the future. Of course, the first one is already here and people are running, but ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen are the ones which are being considered green. And out of this, ammonia is because it does not have any C component. So that is why it does not produce any carbon dioxide when you burn it. Methanol still has a C. Hydrogen is a fashion word, and especially for ocean going ships. And you will understand why it is so, is because when you look at this slide here, and if you look at it, you will see that the hydrogen is minus 253 degrees Celsius. So managing this on board is a big problem. You can have hydrogen, but you can have it for the small pilot boats or launches which are working in the port harbor area, and you could do with compressed hydrogen there. But all these come with some problem or the other, which we can discuss during panel, as I was told. So I'll skip, but just to give a idea that you would require, if the same volume of fuel is loaded on the ship, you will get only 5.3 days in hydrogen because of its low volumetric calorific energy value, but you will get about 14 days with the same volume of LNG. And technology is not the thing that is limiting this. We already have methanol engines, we have LNG engines, we have tested ammonia engines to 80%, and hydrogen, we have already had it since 2015, but there it is 25% by volume. We mix that with natural gas. But now we are testing pure hydrogen engines as well. And here is the hydrogen engine. This is for ammonia and methanol. There was a digital talk earlier. Well, these products are existing with Wartsila as well, and they give operational efficiency. And well, the concept is very similar, but they are on about 800 odd ships already in operation. We also have just-in-time arrival on certain ports. So this is something we have estimated that in Singapore, if this just-in-time arrival is there, it can save 1.6 million ton of CO2 emissions every year. So just some takeaways. Shipping is going through a biggest transformation. There is no one single future fuel. There will be a whole variety of fuels in use. Alternate fuel supply chain needs to develop fast in aid of decarbonization. No single solution for EEXI and CII. Investing in fuel flexibility and the combustion engine will mitigate compliance and business risk. Dual fuel engines, excellent choice. For port decarbonization, electrification will play an important role. Data on port to promote just-in-time arrival, and transparency in port, which was earlier mentioned. Policies on chartering and evaluation of tenders need to be aligned with the decarbonization agenda. This is also very important, especially when you look at the port operations. And we are here to help you get there. If you don't mind, sir, I would like to play a video. And here it is. Because I truly believe in it.
Grandpa always says that everything was better in the old days. Back then, the winters were cold, the ice was thick, and the oceans were full of fish. Someone said on the news that in 30 years, there will be more plastic than fish in the oceans, and that the polar ice caps will have melted. I wonder what will happen to the polar bears. Mom always says that there are two kinds of worries. There are things to make you worried, but you can't do anything about. And then there are worries that you can do something about. You have to take hold of them and start to do something. Daddy says we are all responsible for the world, but not everyone cares for it, and they just make it worse. I don't want to grow up in the world that's been destroyed. And this is the only world we have. I care about the polar bears and the fish in the oceans and the people. Today, I decided to be brave. I wrote my letter to each and every one of you so that you remember to take care of our world and the oceans. I hope you will do that. Yours truly, August.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma from Wartsila, Singapore. Wow, very touching video. Right, we're going to move into our last panel discussion. May I call upon David Pereira, the CEO at Tristar Maritime. Sanjay, you're sitting there already. The class for, what was that difficult vessel's name? Paolo Alto? No, Paolo Alto. The Lloyd's Register, Tony Field, and Chris Greenwood from ABS. Gentlemen, please do join us on stage. And we are obviously going to talk about forthcoming regulations. Welcome on board, Chris. Please, I have the pleasure of sitting next to you. All right, gents, let's get into it. We have really racing against time. Are there any questions from what you heard, the beautiful video and presentation from Sanjay Verma? Yes, sir. Can you give a mic to this gentleman, please?
Yeah, Boer Paulson from Gallagher's. Have you seen pressures from ship owners who are obviously getting pressured by the green shift, if you want to call it that, to plan better with not only the engine manufacturing but weather routing, planning to avoid sea activity or other issues? Because I have a career in the insurance industry, and of course the industry itself is reactive to what is happening, but they're now showing signs of being proactive. For example, last month we had a 4-vessel fleet that was purely transporting coal, and they were not being able to be insured in Lloyd's because Lloyd's just said you are not doing the right thing. So I'm just wondering whether there's a pressure there from the ship owners.
There is, and there is pressure from all the other, the cargo owners, because all these owners have their own decarbonization target given, that they would reduce their carbon footprint. Some are saying 50% by 2030. Some even say that I will go carbon neutral by 2030, just like Wartsila also said, we will go carbon neutral by 2030 in all our operations. Now, shipping is very essentially a part of their carbon footprint. And that is why there is pressure on the owners to do something about their ships. However, there are many owners themselves who have their own agenda, just like I'll give an example of Buggy Bulk. Okay, they want to be carbon neutral by 2025. Of course, they won't be totally carbon neutral by their operation, but they would have operation and some part of, carbon credits, offsets to do that. So there is a tremendous amount of pressure, whether I call it charterers or cargo owners like IKEA or Amazon, they are put there unless and until they want a carbon footprint of the cargo that they have shipped. So there is a tremendous amount of pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Zarir.
Nick, coming back to crew welfare, wonder what the sailing staff think of the last session of taking away all the decisions with vessels being monitored from office, engines being monitored from office, and the new regulations. I wonder how it acts up on their well-being, so to say. Maybe the sailing staff might give some answers, if not. the
Actually,
panelists.
your question is similar to what we've got from an online guy. And he asks, how will these regulations, no, he talks about the crew and he talks about number 3. How does this is what I don't like. You're calling it an average seafarer. A seafarer is never average. So how does the seafarer need to comply with the regulations? Gents, I would maybe ask you first, Chris. It was green. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Thank you. So I think, like Sanjay said, with regards to EEXI, there's very little that the seafarer can do to be involved in it, other than the engine power limitation on the main engine. If it's non-overridable, nothing they can do, even in adverse weather, piracy, whatever. If it is overridable, obviously there is something that they can physically do, but that needs to be controlled and monitored by the onboard, the OMM, the onboard management manual. But I think from a lot of the discussion that we had earlier today was about I'll call it the well-being of seafarers, but you know what I mean by that. I think there's a lot of benefit in taking away, let's say, the responsibility of compliance with regulations from the seafarers. Let them focus on their job, let them be safe in how they conduct their operations, and all the legislative burden should be with the head office. I think that's certainly our approach. And sorry, just further to that, it goes back to the digital discussion, where digitalization and digital tools, whatever, fantastic, but they should be complementary and an enabler to existing functions, not trying to replace people. We're not trying to get rid of people. You can't beat 30-year experienced surveyor climbing tanks, but if we can use digital technology to complement their operations, and help them focus on their core role, take away the admin burden, all the documentation, all the paperwork, just help them focus on their core role, ultimately be safe.
Tony, this one's, I think you'll be best suited to answer. How will these regulations affect the operations of ships?
I think the operations of the vessels, if they have to use the engine limitation, they will have to slow down a little bit. But a lot of the limitations are from the design speed. So that design speed, not many have been running around quite like that. Over a longer run, obviously, something else is probably going to have to be done. The running of the ship on board, I totally agree with Chris that I think a lot of this will be done from ashore. They will have to put all the procedures in place. So how will it affect them? Yes, they will have to comply with a procedure, but that procedure will be something that they will quite quickly get to know. I'm a little bit more concerned about when they start changing fuels. What's happening there? Will they get the right training? They always throw it on the ship owner, the training, but are they, when I say are they capable of doing it, I don't mean, could they do it in the end, but the people that will need to be understanding what the training is going to be the manufacturers. But I think that has to go all the way through as well, starting, obviously from the engine, but also from how that fuel is contained, as was said just a minute ago, that, it's not the same. So that they will be affected if different fuels are there, and they will need the right training. And I just would like to see that the whole industry collaborating to make sure they get this. You know, it's not their fault that they've got to be training. It's new to them. And it's also, I think, a little bit, they've got the responsibility to make sure they're trained, the ship owner. But I don't think it's necessarily all the owners has to go, you know, on them. And even down to the gentleman who was talking about the insurers, they've got a they've got a responsibility as well, or more to the point, they've got a commercial interest in this. So, you know, I think it should be collaboration on this area.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Tony. I think there's one question which asks, what is the future fuel? And I think you said it in one word. I call it collaboration. Right. With that bit of a smart comment from my side, we must. Any comments from you, sir? All right. Then we must. I have my big boss here. The chief has to listen to the captain. About a month back, I was at a conference, not as good as this, but at a conference nonetheless. And I heard a comment which rings true, and I'll take to my grave. And it was said the best return on investment is the safety of seafarers. And the person who said that is going to make the closing address. Welcome on board, Chris Peters. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be brief because I'm the only thing between you and the cocktail reception and dinner. But I think there's been a few key takeaways from today's session. I mean, this morning we heard Cerian Mellor talk an analogy to the airline industry, where she talked about you need to put your oxygen mask on first before helping others. I think that was a really good analogy, that as an industry, we need to do that for our own in-house organizations and then reach out as an industry to help each other. We then listened to Eugene Main and Dr. Dipti. And again, this conference was founded on the back of suicides more than 2 years ago, and this was pre-pandemic. And as a company, Eugene wanted us to be out there putting issues at the forefront. And that's what we've been doing. I think there's some difficult issues being discussed today, as there was last year in our online conference. And that's something Tristar as a company will continue to do going forward. For all of those in the audience here in person and also the Seafarers online, if there are difficult issues that you want discussed, you send them to us and we will raise them in the future. We then had an interesting presentation from both Andy Bowerman from the Mission to Seafarers and Yasmin Fitch. And the new laws coming in the UAE, it's good to see that the UAE is being at the forefront of bringing regulations in. Albeit they've only been implemented a couple of months ago, we will see how this progresses as a country and whether those laws can be looked at and whether they can be put forward to the IMO and other organizations to try and get them into other parts of the world. We then had some interesting sessions on technology and regulations. I think that the emission regulations are something that are coming. We can't hide from them. We have to implement them. And I think that the technology that we've heard about today is something that will be a fundamental part of meeting those requirements and hopefully having a greener world for all of us. So with that, I would like to say a few big thank yous. I think that the Tristar team who have put this together, there's been many people who have worked in the background. I would especially like to thank Captain, he's disappeared, Captain Nazif. He's over there. Thank you, Captain. Captain Nazif, who's worked tirelessly in the background, putting this together with the Tristar team and the event organisers. I'd like to thank Eugene Main for hosting the conference, as always, and the rest of the Tristar team. Now, we're going to be having a cocktail reception and dinner. You can just follow the crowd outside, but when you come out of the building through the Expo, there is the Taj, which is just linked across, and then it's upstairs. So there will be a dinner and a cocktail reception served across there immediately following this. I would like to thank again everybody who's attended in person and to all of our online guests. Thank you. I will hand over to our special guest, Mr. Nikhil, who has been our hostess with the mostest today.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for having me here. But yeah, thank you, gents. So please do join us. The hospitality has already been extended. So yeah. See you all next year.